Hello and welcome over to the NLC broadcast. My name is Carvis. I'm not used to being in this spot in particular, but here I am, and joining me is Bloxer. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm good. Happy to be back. Happy to be back alongside you. We had so much fun on Monday, decided we'll just run it back.
Yeah, slightly different. There's only the two of us, and I'm apparently hosting now as well. Like, my job resume is going up by the minute. And we have two series once again today, and we're kicking things off with Rich Gang against Leo.
This is a really interesting matchup right here. Leo, the only of the NLC squads to have a particularly terrible time for themselves during round one, ended up losing to VES, find themselves here in the 0-1 section of the Swiss, coming up against Rich Gang, who they lost, but it was to Ruddy, right? Not exactly a team that's going to be too upset about that one. And we've got a bunch of other great matches going on at the same time. B2 will be playing up against Absolved, so lots to look forward to today.
Yeah, and these are all the 0-1 matches. We have already seen who are going up to the 2-0 bracket, and this is really where the important matches start to come up in. If you go down to 0-2, any loss means that you are eliminated from the Swiss, and the pressure is starting to build up.
Yeah, very much so. Like I said, 0-3 is elimination, and that means next week is going to be really, really important. We've got some teams on 2-0 looking to get their promotion, and this is the thing, right? You really want to be in that 3-0 category, because then you get a little bit of a break. This is a long, long, long season. We're going all the way into September with this one. It just keeps on rolling through, so you'd love to have a couple weeks to have a break, reset before you go into playoffs. For these teams, though, they're locked in for the long haul right here, but you at least want to get yourself back onto a winning path.
Yeah, and I think really important just for the team's mentality. Swiss brackets can be kind of in the sense that, as you said, they can be a long extended bracket. The really easy ones either go 0-3 or 3-0 and they're out and don't have to think about it anymore. But this entire time that the Swiss is going on, you're adapting. And there's only been one series so far. And as you already mentioned, one of the series was a little more lopsided than the other going into the initial series.
Yes, it was. Unfortunately, the draw is the draw, and in that first round, things didn't exactly go great for Rich Gang. They draw Ruddy, and they do kind of just get dog-walked around. This is the expectation that we had coming in for a lot of these National League teams. They were going to face off against the NLC teams and not have the best time of it overall. But the fact they lost to Ruddy, I don't think is particularly indicative of them being a bad team overall. They've got some really interesting pieces. We just didn't really get to see any of it because it was such a lopsided matchup versus Ruddy.
Absolutely. So this is the time for Rich Gang to show what they're made of. This is the first, matchup that can be even. Here we see the Rich Gang lineup, and my personal favorite of this roster is Lifetime. Lifetime is a super strong jungler, is challenger, but the Rek'Sai that he's so famous for will be permabanned.
Yeah, there is absolutely no chance that he's going to be able to pick this one up at any point, really. He is very much going to be the main focus of the entire game, but we shouldn't be looking away, right? Bechner down in the bottom lane has had some pretty interesting pickups. He's also pretty good on the mages, and that's something that's been really interesting coming into this split. Which ADCs are actually comfortable with picking up the mages, have a bit more versatility in their champion pools, and which ones haven't so far. Now, versus Ruddy, they didn't pull any of those out, but they have been able to play. Got some pretty good Ziggs performances, some pretty good Cassiopeia, as well as the Syndra. A lot of different champions that could potentially be interesting right here. And that's going to have to be the case, right? Because this bottom lane is going to be a really interesting matchup. Over on the other side of things, Leo, their bottom lane felt like the best bit in what was an overall pretty dismal series from them.
Yeah, and it really is a question of how prepared are you going into this matchup. You have one game of data to go on from. And on Leo, Bunny Beast is probably the one to watch.
Yeah, very, very much so. In the victory they were able to get up against VES, looked really good on the Corki. The Corki could potentially be something we're going to be looking at. The Ziggs as well, something that they pulled out. But in those losses, I mean, it was just pretty bad overall. It felt like Volda really just couldn't get too much going. Matt wasn't able to get things rolling too early on. Completion kind of got pushed around. The one game that they ended up winning, they had such an overall aggressive composition. It was really interesting, actually. They pulled themselves out the Vayne, Zehen, Ari, Corki, and Nami.
Yeah. Or
Uber
Nami?
aggressive. What year is it? Is it last year? Like, we've gone back in time at this point, but yeah, things resurfacing that we hadn't seen for a while, and especially in this current meta, I can understand it, right? You're up against a lot of range in a lot of situations, you need to be able to close a different distance, the bubble was pretty good as well, but very aggressive for their win. Haven't really shown us that they can win with a more, standard composition, whatever that means during this current meta.
It really does mean either you go full ham like we saw on Monday, or you go the front to back route. And
Yeah.
it kind of, when we've talked about the picks and bans and everything, both of these rosters do have a lot of like priority picks that their players are super comfortable on. But there's also the meta mainstays. There's things like the Camille. The Shen is starting to prop up as a counter pick to the Camille. There's the mages. There's also a bunch of mid laners that you might want to get rid of. If you were in the position of Rich Gang and Leo, where you already seen the style that they like to play, would you rather go and target ban these specific champions, or would you like to instead make sure that the super powerful Camilles and stuff don't go through?
I think, unfortunately, you're going to have to get rid of that Rek'Sai from Lifetime. Very, very occasionally, a team lets it through, going, oh, it can't be that bad, and then it's 50 more games until he gets that one again. So that likely just going to be going off of the board, but yeah, you're right. Across the course of the rest of the matchup, I do think you need to be banning away some of these really high priority picks. You're talking about a few of them. The Syndra coming out as the highest pick ban percentage, that versatility between the mid and the bot lane, something that's been really strong for it, and that is just going to be the name of the game. The flex picks are so much of this game, and that does mean taking something away specifically like a Rek'Sai really hurts you, especially if you find yourself sat over on that blue side. You don't want to be having to do that.
Yeah, there's also things like Bunny Beast's Aphelios that was permaban in their previous series. And not only that, for the mid laners, both of these mid laners do like to play some of these more assassin-style champions. There's things like the Jace that can go to either top or mid for Leo, and there's the Silas Echo, Akali, plus Lock, Quadra melee assassin pool that Zeronics can pull out.
Yeah. I mean, these champion pools at this point, looking at what these players have, they're having to learn so much, they're having to move across so many different categories of champion at this point, and it's really fun to at least witness. Somewhere else I think is going to be really interesting is looking up at the top lane. It wasn't a good lane really for either of these guys during their first round matchup, but this looks like a far more even overall matchup between the two of them. And for Completia, I think this is where you can get more aggressive, right? Had himself that Vayne game, that was pretty good. Likes the Gwens, likes to get in his opponent's faces as much as possible. And it should work out a little bit better, I think, versus his opponent here today.
Yeah, and we've already talked about most of these lanes. Support is the one that we haven't touched yet. And there's definitely a champion that comes into mind when we talk about Red Strike. But the Thresh is in such a weird
horrible.
Position. It's just such
It's
a
bad.
bad champion.
It's bad. It's just bad. Now, okay, you can overcome a bad champion by being excellent on it, and I think Thresh is more than anything one of those champions, right? The skill expression, the skill ceiling is so high. If you hit every single death sentence, I don't really care how bad your champion is, you're going to deal damage, but that's putting such a high barrier onto you when there is such a diversity of support pickups available to you. We've seen the enchanters fall off for the most part, but there's all of the engaged supports, there's all of the weird, wacky, and wonderful things that have been popping up as well. You too get to play a mage if you want it, if you're looking for that triple flex option once you're in the draft phase, so I really don't think we're going to end up seeing the Thresh, but boy, I still think it would be fun.
Yeah, and if anyone would have a response to it, it would be Dominder, just because, well, the dude just plays meta. Like, of course, he has his own picks. Like, he loves the Pike. If you look at his statistics, he plays way more Pike than a normal support should. But he can pull out the Thresh counter picks. He can pull out the normal picks. Things like Camille Bod should be there for Leo in case they decide they want to go their own support route, as they probably should.
And we see just there that it is going to be the red side for Leo, so over on the blue side, first pick options coming through for Rich Gang. They seem to want to just kind of pick themselves up a jungle, maybe something safe enough in the top lane. one of their ADCs. Nothing too explosive coming through for them so far when they've had first pick available to them. That could, of course, change, right? The lock is something that we've seen picked up, banned away, could potentially be an option. I do wonder if that one's going to start seeing the ban table less and less as people are figuring out how to deal with it a little bit more as the time goes on.
Yeah. But we should be just about ready to go into draft for game 1. As I said, the OP game on the red side. Another, before we go, do you think Akranta pulling out the Olaf in the previous series, now on the blue side, will he do something that risky here in game 1? Or are we going to test the waters more?
I think they're going to throw the gauntlet down, really. I don't think you can really move around. You don't think you can sit back in this situation, right? You're in the 0-1 group. You really need a win right here. And both of these teams have shown that their wins usually come when they're a little bit more aggressive, and Rich Gang really needing one. They've not actually got a single win in the NLC split so far. Straight off the bat, the Rek'Sai's gone, as we exactly expected to be. Lifetime not going to get a hold of his favourite champion. We'll see if the Aphelios is once again also going to be taken away.
Not only that, the Jace flex between Xylax and Kaplika is taken away, so now going to focus on Matt. Matt, one of the more aggressive junglers that we have in the NLC. Usually they fill out a more supportive role. Matt doesn't care for that. Matt wants to go ham, and Matt wants to kill. And the bans will most likely be as follows. Nocturne also getting taken away, while Leo keeps focusing down a Lifetime, taking out the job, and there goes the lock. Zeronix did play a game of that, even though it did not go the victorious way. He showed us that the champion is still very, very strong.
Indeed, it has. It's going to just be the Victor picked up first for Rich Gang, leaving Leo open to play a pretty aggressive style if they want to. I think they'd love to grab something like the Lee Sin early on, grab themselves an aggressive jungler that they can potentially play around. And seeing the Victor early, yeah, there's things you can play to specifically punish the Victor, but more I want them to play a more push roam style, go join up alongside Matt, get involved in some of these other lanes, because the top lane, the bot lane, I think are more explosive and more likely to be impactful in this series. First of all, just going to grab themselves the Nautilus. Interesting to go that this early on.
Yeah, this early on picking a support allows an easy support counter pick to the blue side, when normally you want to get that on the red side. However, if they decide to go for something super aggressive on the bot side of the map, like the Jhin, they are forming up for the utility core. And reminder, we saw this once already on Monday. Matt plays Zyra. Jhin, Zyra plus CC support the trio is a strong utility core that is hard to approach and break.
Ooh, okay. We just got a little bit of information here. When we get into the second round, Rich Gang will lose out onto one of their bans. Slight delay when getting on into this game, obviously, but shouldn't impact onto them too much, but we will have to wait and see, as it is just going to be the Sion locked in. So Rich Gang already, they are telling us what they want to play. Front to back, standard League of Legends. I don't think they're going to do anything too explosive. The Victor, one of the few mid lane mages that we aren't actually seeing down in the bottom left side of the map at all, really. It will be the Leona locked in, really reinforcing that front to back team fighting style. I like it though, because it gives you some non-committal engage alongside all of the committal engage provided to you by the Sion.
There's also a very annoying stun chain if this Victor is going down to the bot side of the map.
You don't get to
Leona
move.
stun combo while you stand in Victor W. Not a fun time.
No. Very, very bad. And later on in the game, whilst you're stood inside of that Arcane Storm as well, things likely going to be pretty tough. It's going to be the Zehen locked in right here. Likely for Matt, although obviously can go into the top lane for Kaplika as well. Plenty of flexibility available there. So we'll see what the bans are going to be out of Leo. Need to get rid of some junglers in this situation. And pretty rare that the junglers get taken to this second round. They're usually one of the first picks that we have been seeing. Like I say, Ivan, it is a pick for Lifetime. He has a really interesting champion pool. But going towards that this early on, are you particularly worried about the Ivan in this composition? It would leave the composition pretty devoid of good damage.
Honestly, I would prefer the Ivern or Leo's side. Like, imagine Ivern with Zahen just going in.
That's true.
So, I think there's more of a comfort thing, where they want to make sure that Lifetime is held down as much as possible. Meanwhile, Rich Gang, on their final ban, decided to take out the Ahri from Xylax, just removing both of the comfort mid lane champions. Jason and Ahri are the most played champions for Xylax.
Indeed, indeed. I wonder if they're going to take the... Oh, they can't. I was about to say, I wonder if they're going to take the Syndra away as well as another potential counter on in, but no, absolutely not going to be allowed to. This is just going to be 24 seconds of tick down until we move on. So, what are you going to want to grab right here for yourselves as Leo? As we've been talking about, right, they still need themselves a mid laner, and they still maybe need a jungle, maybe need a top laner, depending on where this Zehen is actually going to land. For right now, I think you really just want to counter with that mid or top, whichever it's going to be.
I think they might just blind the mid here to keep the Zehen flex going.
Blind. They've got the Victor, unless the Victor's going into the bot lane.
I think the Victor's bot. Like, Banner has been practicing.
I don't like the Victor bot. It's not fun. I don't think it's one of the better ones that you can get. One of the joys of having the APCs down in the bottom lane is the pressure you can put down, is the potential kill threat that you can have alongside your supports. It means that is going to be the Zehen jungle, and it is going to be that Gwen up in the top lane again, something that Caplicia has liked to play. Obviously, good into the Sion in the individual matchup, but I'm beginning to worry about the overall CC and lockdown that Leo has. Damage aplenty, don't get me wrong, but they are going to be pretty squishy overall, unless they can get those revives to Gwen is immune. It can work out for them, but a bit riskier.
Yeah, so far, I do like the composition that both teams are building. Rich Gang obviously way more traditional when it comes to like the front-to-back team fight building. This Vi will help catching out the Jhin immensely. You also really need some sort of bruiser / melee fighter to go in with the Leona so she just doesn't get instantly blown up, and the Sivir would match up well into that. Ezreal also getting Harvard, that would be a takeaway.
I like the Sivir here. I think that makes a lot more sense in the composition overall. That's straight up front-to-back team fighting. Looks like they want a little bit of extra survivability instead. You can understand it with the Zehen available to you. Same sort of thing with the Nautilus, right? You do want to be able to get away, but that does, again, remove a little bit of that consistent front-to-back damage.
Bloxer, Akali is still open.
It is,
and
indeed.
if that's Victor mid lane, Akali, at least historically, has been one of the best punishes to that champion.
And one of the few things that could keep up with an Ezreal, even when it's trying to get away. Instead looking like they're just going to go on towards the Orianna right here. I think I would have preferred the Akali here, trying to get more aggressive, but we'll take these compositions as we find them. And for both teams, very interesting. It feels like we've kind of gone back in time a little bit. There's no APCs, these are pretty standard comps overall. I quite like it. I like what Rich Gang have for themselves. Straight up front-to-back team fighting. I do worry about their damage a little bit. They need to be careful not to fall too far behind, or they will just run out of damage. Leo, though, that's aggressive.
Leo is going in hard, and as you said, Rich Gang putting all eggs in this Onyx basket. I feel like it's this is a good Victor game. It's just if you get shut down by the Zehen Orianna core, that Zehen will be running at you fast with the dissonances, and they could force early fights considering they have the Jhin Nautilus bot side that has a ton of long range CC, long range utility. I don't know, which do you prefer?
Oh, I think I lightly prefer Rich Gangs, but this is a bit of a bias from previous splits where this would have been a very competent composition, whereas recently I feel like we've seen the Ham go in, fight constantly compositions play a lot better. We've seen a lot more success out of them, even from the top teams that we've been seeing, right? Something that Ruddy's continually been pulling out and having great success on. Something that we got to see a nice look from Bulldog on as well. So I think in the current meta, Leo's is going to work slightly better overall, but it hasn't fully committed to this identity. Orianna Jhin, they want to sit back. They want to play these team fights a little bit slower. I do worry about this Zehen and the Gwen flying in.
Well, we get to see, are you correct, as we are heading into the Rift for Game 1 of Rich Gang versus Leo. And as mentioned, this is where the stakes are high. 0-1 beginnings for both teams need to get themselves back up onto the winning side of things.
Indeed, they do. It is the top 8 teams who move on and make it on into the playoffs, and the bottom 8 teams who go back home again. It could well have just been the top NLC teams and the National League teams going down, but Leo, they've already bucked that trend by finding themselves here. A lot of pressure on this organization.
And a lot of pressure in the mid lane as well. This is a control mage matchup, but Victor, one of the few ones that can really up the pressure in the mid lane, even from level 1, level 2.
Very much so, and we'll see how much you're actually going to be able to get done in this individual mid lane matchup. It's a matchup you'll have watched a million times before. The Victor will have a decent time early on, but the Orianna doesn't really care about the lane matchup. That's not why you're picking it. You're picking it for these team fights. The border delivery system is the Zehen, maybe the Nautilus in this situation, maybe the Gwen too. It's not really the best set of ball delivery systems that we have seen for an Orianna recently, whereas this Victor, set up for success right here. You've got so much that can sit ahead of you by space and time, as we also watch these top laners taking pretty decent chunks out of each other.
Yep, early level 2 for Caplica. Gwen, obviously one of the best tank busters in the entire game. Should be able to, at least from level 6 onwards, heavily pressure Akranta. And so far, we haven't even seen too many aggressive wards. You see on the map, the Raptor information will be there, Matt spot. But Zahen and Vi, both those types of champions where, unless you burn a flash, early ganks could be difficult to get if the lanes are positioned properly.
Very much so. Obviously, slightly easier overall for Lifetime to be able to find himself some potential ganks, but really, you are just looking to power farm your way through to level 6s. And first item spikes are going to be really interesting, as we do watch Red Strike potentially looking into the mid lane. Nothing really going to come through for them. Both teams have some pretty strong first item power spikes, but you do have to really like the combo that you're going to get between having a first item on an Ezreal, on a Vi, even on the Victor, right? That's a massive jump from having nothing at all.
Yeah. And I don't know, Bloxer, this is, compared to modern day, I was expecting the entire rift to blow up from minute 2 onwards, but we are just regular old gaming. Here's the gank though, flash Q from Lifetime. Zealous takes a bunch of damage, doesn't even burn the summoner, will be forced back. As top lane, Caplica shows what the sisters are made of.
Indeed, just going to keep the pressure up right here on the Gwen, but Zilliax just going to have to head back to base. Actually, with Zoronix walking away, is just going to be able to step up, clear this wave fully, has the teleport to get back to base, so it's kind of just the flash being lost onto Lifetime, and that flash Vault Breaker is a big part of the gank kit pre-level 6, so not going to be as effective going on forwards.
Dovender falling low, summoners popped, need to get to safety. Banner and Red Strike playing super aggressive on the bot side of the map. Ezreal, again, there's a reason why he's being played so much. He's great in 1v1, he's great in 2v2.
And right now, just keeping the pressure up. One of the few champions really here that can just step to this Jhin and actually win in these poke battles. It does mean Matt has headed down towards this side of the map. Could potentially look for a gank with how far up they are pushed. And they don't really have that much vision for themselves. They've got themselves a couple wards in the river itself, but would not notice if Matt were to come for a gank right now.
He's just gonna hit power. The wolves are spawning, Bloxer.
Yeah.
You gotta get the money. There's only like a good 15 minutes before you need to go ham at the objective. You need to get all the money that you can. And meanwhile, top lane, Caplica falling quite low, still has a teleport. Akranta was forced back early. You have the extra non-magic mantle in the inventory, so I think Caplica just wanted to make sure he catches the waves, catches the CS.
TP gonna be able to come back through as well. A couple of components in inventory, and yeah, like you said, a little bit quieter so far. We had some truly insane matchups though previously. I don't think we can judge the entire NLC split on what happened for Monday's games. Still expecting there to be quite a lot of explosivity in this matchup once we hit those level 6. The level 6 spikes kind of come through really, really strong, and who ends up winning in these skirmishes is going to come down to skill. These compositions pretty evenly matched as they come into these beginning breakpoints.
And the initial dragon is the first point where you could be fighting off. However, lane priority, Zeronix already shoving the mid wave in, Ezreal on Ben doing the same. There's no real way for Leo to go and contest this.
Nope, not in this situation. Going to be nice and easy to pick up right here for Rich Gang. Looking to put the second National League win onto one of the NLC representatives. It would be onto the same one, so maybe not indicative of the state of things overall, but would still potentially be pretty cool to see. It's only one Drake early on, but I mean, K Carvis, if I'm this Scion, getting this early Ocean Drake is massive.
However, dying early, not massive.
He doesn't.
In fact, he does not die, but that's a hint of what's to come. Meanwhile,
no.
bot side, Red Strike missing the initial Zenith Blade. There is a jungler and an Orianna right behind. They do not want to take this fight. Rich Gang retreating back into the Tri-Brush as Lifetime smites it away. Hits level 6. Matt One sad design, and they want Xylax! Xylax gets hopped on, flashes over the wall. Barely escapes with his life.
I mean, Lifetime got himself that level 6 just as that play is beginning off, and the fact he's able to get that flash away from Xylax is great. Would have liked to get the full kill, obviously, but still, things beginning to go well for Rich Gang across the map. Not really reflecting any kind of gold lead at the moment, but this composition will begin to roll pretty soon as the bot lanes continue to skirmish heavily.
Yeah, bot lane still not level 6 for Leo. Red Strike has been roaming, so Banner has a slight XP lead, not using the Treasure Barrage. But Dovinder, Nautilus, even though he brings so much CC, is still squishy in the early game.
Absolutely he is, and once you get into these more extended trades, a couple Mystic Shots being pulled off by Bethna would really make this quite a tricky matchup to actually play. This Nautilus is going to have a hard job in general. You have to start a lot of these team fights off. You are going to be the main bit of engage, and you've got a ton of damage available over on the other side to take out this Nautilus. If you go a little bit too early on, before Matt and Completia are able to play alongside you, you're going to go down quite soon, and that 4v5 is not going to go well for your team.
Well, the team fight still not really happening. 7:30.
Not yet.
In the in-game clock, as Dovinder is doing the roamy roam on the top side of the map, just waiting for Matt to finish up the Krugs. I don't know if you want to dive a Scion even with no ult. It is a dangerous gambit to go for. But the mid lane, if I was Leo, Zeronix constantly shoving up his mid wave.
Yeah, he's been looking juicy for a while at this point, Carvis, but so far hasn't really drawn any attention. Lifetime looking bot lane at the moment, looking to potentially get a dive onto Bunny Beast, as Dovinder has walked away.
Bunny Beast to half HP, gotten junked down early on. Dovinder comes to save his AD carry, but it's first blood for Banner. Now Dovinder finds himself alone underneath the tower as Zeronix coming in as well. Doesn't even need him. Double kill for the Rich Gang AD carry as the initial action has now started.
Indeed, it is going to be the trade over on the other side of the map. 3 grubs going over to Leo. They do have a decent bit of split push with the Gwen. Completia can potentially make good use of those, but still, you're going to be thrilled with those 2 quick kills going on over to this Ezreal, looking to stack this champion up as quickly as possible. And this is just well executed overall. The flash Vault Breaker to make sure you've secured that kill, and then Bethna just able to sit back a little bit, chunk down his opponent, make sure he isn't the one tanking up the tower any longer. Well executed dive overall right here from Rich Gang to put them on the map.
And that really is the danger of doing those roams on the Nautilus. Spend so much time on the top side of the map that Bunny Beast falls behind the one-on-one, and if you're on the top side of the map as the support, well, your ADC most likely going to get collapsed on.
Absolutely. Now got just about a minute until the next Drake will spawn. Rich Gang able to pick the first one up. If they can begin stacking those through, really nice thing to play around. And see, Matt and Drake, pretty nice one to get as an individual at the moment. I think more than that, they want to force onto this Drake at the moment because they're strong in this current moment of the game, and they want to force their opponents to fight them or to just concede objectives at this point.
Forcing to fight. Caplica going in. That's a big minion wave though. Gwen, even though you heal a lot, do not want to fight against 7 minions. That includes a cannon. Akranta has ult and flash coming right up, so needs to be careful. There's the ult on the top side of the map. Can't see it. Flashed away on both on the top laners, but here's a true shot barrage.
Oh, it's gonna
all
hit.
The way across the map.
It's gonna hit.
It's gonna hit Banner with the snipe.
Oh, that is beautiful right there. Hang on, Matt. Potentially gonna get taken out in this situation. Actually, Zeronix now needs to flash away.
Yep, Shockwave, Lifetime doing the 1v1. Matt has the revive charged up. A Banner hops over the wall. They want to focus down the side, goes into Resurrection. And now it is Dovinder's time to die. Wall Breaker goes in over the wall. Red Strike once more. Double kill for Banner. Bunny Beast watches as the team gets eliminated. 3 kills for Rich Gang.
There we go, Rich Gang exploding across the entire map. We'll have a look back at this team fight, and this is what we were just talking about, right? Hey, they want to force around this Drake because Rich Gang are in a really strong position. Leo not recognizing this, feeling like they can go play ham, but even with the revive coming on through, you just don't have the damage available to you at this point. Bunny Beast really just tickling, same thing with the Orianna, and the fact that you get caught on the back end of that play as Xylax is really unfortunate too. And as we jump back out, I'd just like to give a little shout out right here to our observer, Zoe Casual Cutie. As soon as we weren't watching that teamfight top lane, I was like, right, something's about to happen. She was never gonna miss that kill, and as soon as we moved to the Ezreal, I was like, I know what's about to happen. Beautiful bit right there.
Beautiful team fighting from Rich Gang as well, because
Indeed.
that Ezreal is looking mighty fine. 5-0-1. Ben going ham in this game, as Leo still yet to really find anything on the map. Really, the only lane that is doing well for themselves is Caplica on the top side, but it's still kind of rough for Gwen to play against an AD carry that is this far up in gold.
I mean, absolutely, and the ADC is the Ezreal, right? The Hallow Mist is going to make it very tricky for Bethna to be able to actually get kills onto Completia, but that doesn't mean that Completia is actually going to be able to get that backline access and onto this ADC as you otherwise would want. So as much as it's cool to have your Gwen ahead, I don't know how much efficacy you're really going to get out of this champion as Leo.
Leo feeling pressure. Rich Gang, you can see how comfortable the bot lane is as they keep walking underneath the tower as Bunny Beast is last and it's checking, is there anyone to help you if they decide to go in? Same thing on the top side of the map. I don't think Akrantor is feeling the pressure at all anymore. Has two magic resistance items.
This is the thing with Siren, right? You get through that early bit of pressure and you're going to put yourself in a much better spot later on. Even if you give over one kill, usually just going to be fine. Now potentially gonna get a gank as well. Completia turns tail and runs and was able to spot out Lifetime. Bot lane is where Matt is trying to make something happen, but again, spotted out, not really going to be able to play here.
Getting the shutdown from the Ezreal would be huge, but going for the tower dive against an Ezreal Leona lane that is this far up may just be suicide. I don't think they have the damage to burst anyone down.
No, I really don't, and it's leaving them in a really awkward position right here where Rich Gang just taking over the entire map. 4,000 gold going to be the advantage. The majority of that, of course, sat squarely on the shoulders of Bethna. And if he's able to just keep this pressure going with the Ezreal, what a champion to have this much of a lead on, right? So much survivability, so much damage available to you if you're able to get multiple rounds of your spells off. Bunny Beast could get Dove here again. I don't even know if Dovendir re-arriving is going to help them.
Lifetime has everything.
Nice.
Dodges away from the dredge line. Full burst onto the Jhin. Dovendir will 100% fall here. It doesn't even manage to save the AD carry.
TP?
Lifetime gets him underneath the tower. Matt and Xylax, though, they want to fight this. This is a 2-on-4, and they go in. Red Strike. Zenith Blades onto Xylax without the rest of his team. Zeronix just walks forward. Shockwave onto the Victor. Matt now in a 1-versus-4 pops the ult. Lot of healing coming in, but he doesn't have the passive and he doesn't have health anymore.
Yeah, Glim Deliverance not even going to do enough for him to pick up that kill, and Leo just collapsing in front of our very eyes. We had questions about this roster coming on in. A lot of pieces pulled out of the Prime League Division 3. Not exactly what we were expecting out of a returning NLC roster. And unfortunately, it looks like some of our questions are really coming on through. Zeronix, he had teleported in for this play way late for the initial bit of aggression. He was not going to have wasted his teleport. No, wanted to go in, and a couple more kills come through for his squad.
That's a 2-on-4. Like, I respect the confidence. That takes some considerable... What is it? I was about to say a Finnish saying here. It doesn't really translate well. Let's just say that it requires confidence to take a fight that is that unwinnable.
Very, very, very much so. But you know what? You kind of got to at this point. Where else are you going to be able to potentially play around? We've seen some smackdowns so far, Carvis. I mean, a couple of the matchups we have seen recently have been incredibly one-sided, and right now, this is looking like one of the most dominating matchups that we have seen. 3 grubs go over to Leo, so it's not quite going to be, 100% perfect overall, but let's see if they're going to be able to even pick themselves up a kill throughout this game. Surely they will.
Surely. We already saw the allegedly first perfect game from Rich Gang. Not Rich Gang, Ruddy. Sorry.
From Ruddy, yeah.
On Monday. And it is dangerously close that we are approaching a second one. They did get the grubs though, so it is not a perfect game.
Yeah, grubs went over.
But-
The grubs going over was something. Oh, and we are going to jump into a pause. Hopefully this is just going to be a nice and quick one overall. Decent place to take a pause though in this game, right? A lot has happened. Not for Leo though. Nothing has happened for Leo so far.
It's kind of weird after we've been talking so much about how the meta is the roaming support and how top lane is now a place of action in the early game, with the mid laners occasionally joining in on the early fights. However, this game, we are hopping 2 seasons backwards, and bot lane has been the place of action, and we have seen multiple dives with Ben leading the team.
And he has just been soaking up the kills right now. It's just been put in a beautiful spot and on his own back as well, right? The sniper into the top lane to be able to get that kill onto Completia as well was really nice, but it does also feel like we've got to put some prize onto Lifetime and onto Red Sprite. Both of those two have been able to do really well, put their ADC in a position to be able to carry. Now 7-0-3. Gonna have that Muramana very soon coming through as well. Obviously already got the Trinity Force, so he is ready to rock.
The first item power spikes coming in for most players. However, Ben, what first item? I have 2.
Yeah, he rocketed through that first item spike.
Just, the Muramana is not even close to being finished. He got that ready so fast that you have 230 on the Manamune.
But hey, he's going to be happy to have it at this point. Already got a pickaxe and inventory too. He is just flush with cash at this point, and things looking like they're just going to be able to continue right here for Rich Gang. Going to put down the Rift Herald.
Yep, we'll take the first tower from mid lane. Could get a second charge in. It's only Dovinder and Bunnybees defending currently. Matt on the Raptors could try and force a fight here, but his mid lane is Xylax having so many issues against the range of Victor, just constantly pushing down the lane.
And remember, this is Victor B1 right here out of Rich Gang. That is some real aggression onto this mid lane, and nothing that really counters out too much onto the Victor ended up coming through. We talked about how the Akali could potentially have been fun. I mean, any of the slightly more aggressive assassins that can get within the guard of the Victor could have been the answer. Instead, just going for the handshake matchup into the Orianna, and so far, things just not working out for Leo overall. So looking at what they need to do to be able to get themselves back into this game. As you said, the Gwen in a decently strong spot. There's a Hen as well. Good on these small skirmishes. They really just need to find a way to out-rotate on the map to get onto an individual member of Rich Gang, because they have found Rich Gang have had more people to basically every single fight so far.
And everything starts from vision control. And if you look at the top side of the map, it's not bad. Leo has multiple pink wards on that side of the map. They can try to make a play based on just information that they have. However, there's a champion called Sion on the top side of the map.
Exactly, and it's a champion that you don't really want to be ganking onto particularly. You can find kills, but it doesn't do too much to put him behind, and can be pretty slippery as well with the ulti. Looking instead to go bot lane, Zeronix.
Flash drag away, tries to burst down Xylax. There's so much damage, but the shutdown for Matt. Xylax manages to survive. Top side, counterplay incoming. That tower not long for this world. Kaplika and Dovinder know it. Retreat away and let Bunny Beast just shove in the midway.
So it could well be the majority, if not the entirety, of this tower down on the bottom side of the map, although, actually...
Oh, another one! You are kidding me with this cross-map snipes.
2 in a row. Vethner just playing out of his mind at the moment. I was going to say full tower potentially, but no, indeed, that is not going to happen. You get the top lane tower as well for Rich Gang, and even off the back of what was something for Leo, everything goes wrong again.
Go slow, has to pop the summon a heal. Lifetime exerting the presence. Has ultimate, has flash. They can keep going, they can keep shoving in the way. Kaplika very far away, gets caught by the flash vault break. Just presses W and flash survives it, but the pressure considerable from Richard.
Yeah, it is, and there's still stuff going on in the top lane.
Dead!
Is dead again. Yeah, he just kept jumping on forwards. Unfortunately for him, not going to work out. And now there was a attempted collapse. Bethner.
Ben gets caught out by the Xylax teleport, goes over the wall. Dovinder wants to get the 80.
He's dead.
Huge shutdown for Bunny Beast. This could be the fight for Leo. Matt joining the fray, but here's Victor. Here's the ultimate, and here's a double kill for Lifetime, turning it around even without their 80 carry. Rich Gang just starting to hit with their wallet.
And they're going to start hitting with their wallet onto the Baron right here. The remaining members limping away. Matt dead for another 20 seconds. This is going to be the Baron picked up for Rich Gang. Yes, you get yourself a kill onto Benner. You end up with just a little bit of shutdown gold, but they're going to pay for it dearly.
And with the Baron buff, wave clear on the side of Leo. I dare not say non-existent, but lacking.
Just not working out. Although, this is just a mistake out of Benner. Really should not have walked this way round into the fight, looking to get a bit of an aggressive join-up with his team and get himself killed in this situation. But the damage from the Victor when Zeronix arrives again, just playing incredibly well on this first pick champion. And now they can come back out of base, spend all of that gold, 2 items, 3 items coming in pretty much across the board right here for Rich Gang, and compete for this Drake in 30 seconds time.
And Bloxa, you mentioned in the Champions League you were worried about Rich Gang's composition. Do they have enough damage? Can they do and clear the Bruiser lineup from Leo? It seems that they can, and it seems that they do it quite quickly.
Indeed, at the point at which they were able to get the first 4-5 kills onto Ezreal.
Flare onto Xylax. Bunny Bee's already half HP. Dovender dies, and they are just marching forward. They do not care. The Gwen is immune and running away as fast as she can. Rich Gang, they are with the Baron buff. They could try to close out the game here. Who needs objectives? Initial inhibitor tower going to fall. Inhibitor up next. 5 against 3. Bunny Beast does have 2 items, so instead they're just gonna revert, go back. The dragon was there. Let's just take it.
Yeah, they're not going to look to get too aggressive right here, potentially throw things away. Instead, turn around, pick up these nice, easy objectives. I was going to say, finishing this game in 22 minutes time would have been absolutely criminal right here. What an absolutely one-sided beatdown from Rich Gang.
They are showing up. They are angry from that the first loss to Ruddy. Seems like they learned their lesson. They have... I think this is what they wanted to show in their first series in the Swiss.
Yeah.
What just weren't able to do to the strength of Ruddy. We already saw them on Monday get the quite quick 2-0 over the opponents. And now Rich Gang, they want to repeat this. They want to show we are here to contend with the top dogs. And Leo are an obstacle in the way in this game. One flash forward! Wants to get Xylax stunned up and dead. Kaplika doing his best, trying to melt down the front line. Matt as well, stacking up the passive. Is able to get it up. Huge lifesteal coming out, but nobody's dying. Rich Gang are just standing in the way. Lifetime going out of the fight. Shut down onto the Leona out of all things. Red Strike, first one to die. But Rich Gang does not care. They have their Scion. They have their tower damage. They are onto the Nexus towers, trying to close out this game 1 in quick fashion. Now Benno just walking into the face of Kaplika, gets shut down. Too confident, but should not matter. Bunny Beast, only one left alive. Flash forward, gets the ace, and they close out game 1 in style.
23-48 minute game right here. Not the fastest game that we've had so far in the NLC, but one of the quicker ones, and that is a National League team up against one of our NLC representatives, Leo. They already lost to VES. It took 3 games previously. I don't know if it's going to take 3 right here, Carvis. That was a beatdown.
Hey, Leo, they started out the same way the previous time. They won game 2, and in game 3, we don't talk about the game 3, but they did win the game 2.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that is true.
There is definitely the wall-up factor. There is definitely the, okay, now we know what we're up against. Rich Gang are playing standard, and they played comfortably. Is there anything you want? What does Leo change? Do they go to the full ham playstyle, or what do they do?
They've tried some of these sit-back compositions. It's not worked. Ham is what worked for them last time around, and in this comp, you just clearly were getting outlaned. In the mid lane, in the bot lane, and in the jungle. The top was kind of the only bastion of strength for them, the only thing they could potentially play around, and I don't know that that's going to be enough for them to be able to win this game, so I think you just need to up the tempo and try to get yourself ahead earlier on.
Well, We'll see if Leo can come back from this super confident game one from Rich Gang. We're going to a short break and we'll be right back. And we are back for more League of Legends NLC style. And game 1, Rich Gang took a confident win over Leo. Bloxer, at least in my opinion. The bot side was the key to this game going the way it was. And we have some clips to show. Can you talk to us about what happened on the bot side of the map?
It's pretty as we expected, right? The Ezreal Leona getting a ton of pressure early on, and as you highlighted really well, you don't really want to go and gank as a Zahen. You're looking to just power farm your way up, and this left this bot lane under so much pressure. Delvindir, he roams top lane, tries to get something going, never does, and that gives enough of a window for Rich Gang to go bot lane and pick themselves a kill. They actually get a kill onto both of them, both go into Ben's back pocket, and all of a sudden he is just online, and he never looks back.
And then you just see the traditional front-to-back team fighting that the Victor Ezreal can do, and they played it so well.
Absolutely they did. At no point did it feel like Rich Gang were under any real threat, right? Some weird positioning out of Benna that could potentially have cost them if they were in a more even game state. One catch on the bot line onto Zeronix as well, but overall, kind of nothing really going whatsoever for Leo. They were getting pushed around on all but the top lane of the map, and I mean, in that situation, it's a Sion. Arenator's fine in that situation, and so it just was a complete dominating win right here out of Rich Gang, and very much sending the members of Leo back to the drawing board.
Yeah, and again, I think the drawing board was there. Like, there was clearly a plan for Leo in that game. If the lanes had gone a different way, if they had gotten the initiative on the early dragons, on the early objectives, and gotten those team fights that gets them the slight gold lead, there is a world where that composition would just walk through the Sion. They would walk through the front line and just take out the Ezreal and the Victor with not much contention. However, the early game matters so much in the game.
Very, very much so. And that's why I'd like to see Leo lean more into the early game. We had a pretty quiet first little while. A sort of underappreciated thing that we got to see there was Lifetime stealing away the Scuttle Crab to tick over to level 6 and then aggressing onto Matt. Matt doesn't die in that situation, but he does have to flash away. And it just delays that level 6 coming through that little bit longer. And that's kind of what you're looking for on the Zahen to really start going in, really starting to start making some sort of fight happen. And the fact that they aren't able to in that situation, just really unfortunate for them. So I want to see early game. I want to see Matt specifically on an early, aggressive pickup. He showed us the Zahen a couple times now, has won on it once, lost on it once. I'd like him to return to the Lee Sin that he had previously. That could be fun, something like the Jarvan, even the Nocturne. Any of these pickups that are all about just getting going as quickly as possible. Because if you just sit back, clearly Rich Gang know how to play that situation.
Yeah. As long as they're not banned. I believe Nocturne and Naafiri were both banned in game 1.
They were taken away. The Lee Sin went straight through though, which I was quite surprised by.
Yeah, I honestly thought they were gonna go for Lee Sin initially as well and put the Zahen into the top lane against the Sion, which also works as a okay-ish counter matchup. So there are options. Leo, another thing that I would have loved to see is Dovindir on something like the Camille Bard, Pike type of beat. Just because aggression is the key for let's say that you are from game 1, you are the team that needs to punch up. Catching the opponent off guard is way easier if you have a stealthy, super fast hooking champion flying across the map.
What, as opposed to a Nautilus slowly rumbling his way towards you? You see him coming for a month. Yeah, I mean, I agree in this situation. I want to see this too. I want to see Matt and Dovindir on their more aggressive picks that they like to play. Less of this standard front to back, because I think Rich Gang have proven to us that they're just going to be in the lead in that spot. And also, remember, in the previous round, Rich Gang did also have a ban missing. They had their second round ban missed because of being a little bit late to this matchup. The fact that they still are able to overcome that is really nice to see. Now, we're kind of expecting a lot of the same things being banned out right here. This should be the Rex side. There's no way you let that through.
No. Definitely not, and there's still a bunch of strong junglers that you can take away. There's the Jace Flex, which we saw removed from Kaplika and Xylax. Mostly going to be similar to game 1, I think.
yeah, I don't think that we're going to be moving too far away from the bans that we saw previously, especially with the teams on the same sides as we saw before. Is just going to be more focus coming on into these jungle pickups. I wonder if we're also going to see this Jace banned away. That's what Rich Gang took out last time. If not, they could potentially try to grab it early on for themselves as something to play around. Looks like instead they're going to ban away this Yorick, and the Yorick has been something floating around the edges of the meta. It's not been super strong though recently.
I'm trying to figure out what that sets up for. Are they aiming for Ornn, or are they aiming for... Yorick is that special type of champion that has really strong matchups and the ones that he loses horribly. So they are most likely looking for an early top lane lock-in in this early phase.
Very much so. It could just be the Jace in this situation, right? It's the thing you banned away previously. You could just pick that up for yourselves right here. It's going to be exactly the same set of bans coming out from Leo. Or, yeah, I was going to say, or you could just pick from the top end of the pile, and the thing remaining there is the Syndra, highest pick ban percentage in the NLC so far this split, and for good reason. Can be for Berna, can be for Zeronic, whoever wants to grab that one. Both of them have shown some proficiency on it, although I do prefer Berna on the standard ADCs, so I would like to see this one mid.
And that would mean that Xylax has his Ahri and Jace if he wants to go for either one of those. Instead, choosing to pick up Sivir for Bunny Beast, maybe expecting the Syndra to go on the bot side of the map. Sivir, one of the few AD carries that actually can play against the Syndra, which is known to punish a lot of the safer AD carries just due to the burst.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing that's pretty good into it is the Ezreal if you're quick enough with your reactions, but obviously that one now been taken away off of the board, so it makes sense to just grab this one, sit back a little bit. I also do like the Pantheon. We're talking about something with some extra level of early aggression for Max, and I think that's in a pretty good spot. Rich Gang, if they do keep the Syndra in the mid lane, it looks like they may once again just be going for that standard front-to-back team-fighting composition. They've got plenty of junglers available to them if that is going to be the case. I wouldn't mind a Poppy in this situation. Obviously, it's a little bit early on for it. You don't have that many dashes to counter, but already countering onto the Pantheon is great.
Yeah, Poppy, that would have to go down on the bot side of the map, I feel.
Yeah.
Wukong, though, getting locked in, matches fairly well against the Pantheon. Again, offers some nice interruptions on the double Cyclone, can play a part in the engage too. Mundo this early is a dangerous proposition.
Yeah, I mean, you do at least see that it's going to be an Ornn, will be a tank matchup in the top lane if you do go towards that one. And it would make sense in terms of you do just need some tankiness available to you, but Civ is perfectly happy to be paired up with any of the basic tankier supports, so that's where you can get that straight up tankiness from. Instead, the Ambessa will be locked in, so Leo doing what we asked for, at least in the top and the jungle, looking to get aggressive. They can play around this top lane potentially. Now, you do have to be careful in the Ambessa versus Ornn matchup. You can get solo killed as the Ambessa, but as long as you're able to weave your way in and out, the healing can come through. The dashes as well makes you a little bit less vulnerable to getting that brittle proc on you and just having your lane matchup ruined as often is the case versus an Ornn.
Now I would expect the Poppy ban as well, just because
it's getting better and better.
It's getting way too dangerous. However, the Ambessa pick I really like. It's a good, as you said, it can fall apart against the Ornn if you misplay. But as you said, if you misplay, it is a winning matchup eventually for Ambessa, and it's super, super strong against these control mages that have low mobility. Things like the Syndra, things like the Victor, things like the Orianna. Once you land the ultimate from a flank, you can just take apart one of the main carries of the enemy team.
I really do like this ban away of the Silas coming out of Rich Gang. The second that Leo banned the Alistar, I was like, ooh, are they looking towards the Silas right here? I think the Silas would work really well in this composition, so they get rid of it. The Poppy does indeed get banned, but from the other side, they are clearly not happy to see this one going over to Rich Gang. And it's Leo going to be the final ban, looking to take away some more of the heavy roaming potential. There is still the Ryze available, though, and we have seen plenty of Ryze Pantheons recently.
I think this is the most obvious Ahri pick I have ever seen in my life for Leo. I hope they surprise me, but everything from the draft and what the opponents have drafted says Ahri on this composition.
It could well be in this situation, and the Ahri would have itself an...
Okay, instead we go for the counter pick.
A potentially okay enough situation. into this Syndra, if that is where it goes. Like I said, the counter a little bit coming through with this Braum. The Braum is in a weird spot at the moment. It's a great anti-engage tool, and there are so far a champion available on Rich Gang who wants to go flying in, and you can counter pretty well, but I do worry when you've got yourself the Ambessa and the Pantheon leaping forwards, and then your Sivir potentially wanting to sit back alongside the Braum, you could end up with these teamfights getting quite split out. That's locked in as the Lulu, so you can put Lulu Syndra together, but I'm imagining we're going to get a real ADC
No,
now.
you can't. No, you
Look,
can't, Fluxen.
You can in that you can put them in the bot lane and they are together, but yeah, let's get a real ADC. Yanara or Zeri?
Oh,
One of the two.
Zeri!
Yeah, Zeri.
Yunara is the one that I was expecting as well, but Zeri would be cool. It's gonna be the Zeri.
Okay. I think Ben is feeling himself after that previous game. Clearly has had himself a bit of fun, now looking to make it stick in this second game. As Leo, what do you round this composition out with? Standard team fighting coming out from Rich Gang. They still need some backline dive access. I wouldn't mind any of the just assassin AP mid laners. I didn't expect this one though. That's not the one I was talking about, but hell yeah.
That's the wrong Echo player. Zeronix will be familiar with this matchup. This is a hard counter. As a former mid laner, I can tell you from experience, I've played this matchup from both sides. It is not fun for Syndra. It is awful, even. And you have some great CC tools to play with it. Echo, kind of on the sidelines for pro play, has not really seen too much play in years, even. But has some tools that he can work with. Things like the Dusk and Dawn. Are some toys that he can use to burst down targets and be surprisingly tanky, but we don't really have too much data on how it matches up to compositions like the one that Rich Gang has built.
No, I mean, this is going to be the first Echo that we have seen in the NLC this split, and we're getting a decent number of games under our belts at this point. The composition around it works pretty well. I wouldn't have minded a slightly more aggressive ADC than the Sivir. The Sivir takes a very long time to get online and sort of misses the breakpoints that you have for the rest of the champions from Leo. Their top side of the map really breaking hard at 2 items, whereas that bot lane going to take a little bit longer, but I think this works better out of Leo. Still, Rich Gang, more of the same, front to back, basic from them.
Let's see how it works as we head into game 2. Rich Gang 1 game up. Confident win, but Leo did what we asked, went for a more aggressive lineup, and Xylax rocking the Hail of Blades Echo, as you said, first Echo game we see this season in the NLC. And Zeri as well. I love this champion so much, even when the time she was broken. It's so fun to watch and play.
It really, really is in this situation. Just the sort of champion that has so much freedom to be able to play around, and when it's going well, just looks so nice to see. The Zeri is something that's been popping up a little bit across the world recently, and there's so many different champions you really can be playing down on the bottom side of the map at the moment. Junglers as well, going to be starting on opposite sides, as already you can see some of that poke coming on through.
Yeah, heal handshake. Both summoners popped, and the early game should be major advantage for Leo, just because Zeri does need a couple of items. Lulu-Zeri combination, usually at level 6, can start to look for kill pressure due to that huge burst Zeri offers. And while we wait for it, Leo will just establish lane control. They will constantly be shoving underneath the tower. I'm just looking at the pathing. Matt is pathing away from bot side.
Indeed he is, looking instead to potentially get involved top lane, although it might just be full clear, head back onto the bottom side of the map, at which point the wave could well be pushed back if you have to relent this pressure as Bunny Beast and Dovendir, although they're not going to want to. They're going to want to keep this pressure as high as possible for as long as possible in this lane. This is one of the high pressure lanes you could potentially be looking to play around. The other one, of course, going to be mid lane for Leo. They've got plenty of matchups that put them in a good spot early.
Indeed so. And, well, we haven't seen too much action in the mid lane yet, but Xylax on the Hail of Blades Echo can output considerable amounts of early game burst damage just by evading one of the Syndra Qs. if you, well, he instead decides to eat one, just as I'm about to talk about it. But if you dodge one of those and the Syndra does not have E or you dodge it, it can easily be half HP gone and be set up for a dive.
Absolutely, it's the sort of champion where if you can set yourself up or have your jungler come set you up for success, absolutely can cash in and really take on over a game. We haven't even seen the Echo in any pro play this season. This is a brand new pickup in this level of pro play and above, which is really fun to see. We'll see what Xylex can do, and as we've been talking about, right, Carvis, there is a lot of pressure. Lot of pressure on Leo right now. Down 0-1 in this series, down 0-1 in the Swiss tournament overall. Going down 0-2 puts you on the verge of being eliminated, and as one of the NLC representatives here in this NLC and National League combo, you do not want to be the first NLC team eliminated.
Yeah, it is a tough situation that Leo has found themselves in, and it would be a confident booster to even get this one game out of the way. Like, okay, the game one, we messed up. We can play at the level we expect to and try and secure the game 3 as well. But Rich Gang, I feel like they are playing to their comfort. They're not going into the normal meta of the Camille Shen support roamings, and they just... This is the Zeri Lulu composition. This is the Enchanter meta, and they are still quite strong if they get to play their game, which they currently are.
Yeah, very much so. This is just a standard front-to-back composition. Usually at the moment when you see a Syndra, it's going to be down in the bottom lane, and they just are not doing that, just taking it on into the mid lane. Yes, Zoronix is in a bit of an awkward lane matchup for himself, but once they get into these team fights, should be looking really strong. Still, you've got a while to get there as Rich Gang. Leo's composition spiked much earlier on, at least on the top side of the map, and their early skirmishing is huge.
Gets called out. All of the members from Leo diving onto the Raptor camp, and first blood goes over to Xylex.
That was a really deep flank there from Dovandir. Gets in behind his opponents, killing a lifetime on his chickens. Really nice way to set this up. As we were talking about, the early skirmishing is even stronger, but I like that, to just get a pick and get that early gold onto this mid laner.
Yeah, and Echo, again, Dusk and Dawn, most likely going to be the first item, and it is a major first item power spike. We've been talking about how first item power spikes are super strong in the first game. Echo, level 9, first item, could get accelerated even more as Banner jumps forward. The W won't get the stun, but the roams can happen. This is what these assassin-style mid laners love to do.
And Echo finds it particularly easy, right? You've pushed the wave through pretty quickly. We'll get even quicker as we get later on into the game. Roam around, get involved. Got a first Drake Infernal coming up, which is really strong for both of these squads. They'd love to grab this one. At the moment, Lifetime is in the area and does have the pressure from mid lane off of the back of that roam from Xylex. Might be able to start this one up, although they're kind of just walking around it, taking themselves Scuttle Crab very much on vision at the moment. And the full reset come through from all of the Leo members. They actually should be able to come down into this bottom side and pick this Drake up pretty easily whenever they want it.
Yep, just need to figure out the timing for the waves when. Top lane, Kaplika flashing away, wants to be careful, as previously mentioned. And Bessa does win this lane as long as she does not mess up early.
Yes.
So, plays it safe.
Exactly. If you play a little bit too close, if you get hit by a brittle proc or two, especially if you get hit by that ultimate, things can go incredibly wrong for you. And so Kaplisha, kind of the best bit of the matchup that we saw previously. The one bit of Leo that was able to win early on, and even not by that much. Up now by about 20 CS. Yes, did lose the flash in that situation, but doesn't die. And over on the other side of the map, as we had expected, Matt just going to pick up this early Drake. For Rich Gang, it may look a little bit slow out of them, but that's exactly what they want right now. Being down by about 1,000 gold here isn't ideal, but really not the end of the world. They just want to keep themselves within touching distance for the first 20-25 minutes.
Objective fights are the name of the game for Rich Gang. And early on, I'm very proud of Zero that he has navigated this matchup as well as he has. It is not easy. I can say, once again, from experience, that Echo, it just emits so much pressure in this matchup, and being able to survive it as Syndra as well as Zero has done, it's impressive.
Yeah, really has been nice so far to be able to just keep himself in line, and actually doing a decent chunk of damage at the moment. Does have the Unleash power, although not going to be able to use that one very effectively. One of the joys of the Echo as you see that coming in. Nope, jump back, rewind time, and keep yourself nice and safe. Lifetime stealing away a couple of chickens here. Hasn't fallen behind in terms of the CS either, but with the level 6s coming on in, this is the point at which Leo's composition now wants to play. Zilax, Matt, if they could roam together into the bot lane or into the top lane, they're going to find themselves some pretty easy kills potentially. Instead, maybe we'll see a bit of a skirmish around these grubs.
Doinda has rotated over. On the side note, how do you recognize a good Echo player? Zylax in the mid-skirmish had been holding a skill point for his ult this entire time, so you can't see where the ult transports him to on the first cast. So he only skilled it up once it looked like, okay, I might need to use it here. So both of these mid laners know how their champions work. Great to see on the NLC stage. As you mentioned, Void Grubs going over. And now we're in, again, there's a Finnish caster that I used to cast with who refers to this phase of the game where there's nothing on the map and people are just laning us nose digging phase. Just kind of just put your finger up your nose and look at the map like, okay, I guess we're farming.
Yeah, and it often is the case, although potentially
or not.
Bot lane.
Bot lane, Bunny Beast trying to run away. His Lifetime found the flank. Bennett was waiting in the brush with his ultimate, securing himself a kill. Oh, that sneaky play.
Yeah, it's a really nice bit of pathing right there coming through from Lifetime, and they do indeed catch the Leo members with the finger up the nose, not really paying attention. And the second that Bunny Beast is flashing away there, you are always going to fall. That is going... Sorry, it's just jumping away there. Doesn't even blow the flash in that situation. Knew he was dead to rights. And the kill going over onto the critical member. Benner, in the previous game, had an incredible Ezreal performance. Looking to repeat that on this Zeri, exactly where you want that gold.
Yeah, we are seeing a repeat of game 1 where Kaplika ahead in the tank matchup, just not able to convert it to anything just yet. Bot lane starting to get slightly ahead on the side of Rich Gang, and mid lane fairly even, just hasn't been able to participate out of that initial kill onto Lifetime.
Now, and so far it has been all of the neutral objectives going over to Leo, exactly as you expect, with their composition just having a lot more early skirmishing power than their opponents.
That's Pantheon ult. Yep, they are diving.
Oh,
teleporting channel. Huge
no!
Banner gets one polymorphed underneath the tower. Matt trying to escape, negates some of the damage, but is slowed up. Will be jumping in to save his AD carry. Zeronix getting the second kill of that skirmish.
Uh-oh. And as much as things were going okay for Leo through the first couple of minutes, it's the top side of the map for them that's full of power. The bot lane significantly weaker, and they go for a dive that just does not work out. The wild growth out of Red Strike, everything to that team fight. And the Braum at this point in the game just not tanky enough really to make that dive work.
Kaplika is one ult hit away from killing a Kranta here. Needs to be careful if he full channels their recall. We go into it.
I'll look back at this one again, and I love it from Red Strike, flashing to get within range to hit that wild growth. And the second that he does, you can turn this one straight on back around. Matt, like you said, has to jump in. He's dead either way. Might as well try to get enough burst damage off to potentially kill Red Strike. Doesn't manage to do that. And now bot lane, big gold gap coming on through. And it really makes up for the fact that the top side of the map had so far been heavily Leo favored.
Blocks him. First item. Ready for Zylax. Now is the time for the Echo to show what it's made of. Look at this damage. It's going to hurt a ton. And this is without the missing HP damage increase from the W.
Exactly. At this point, he is well and truly online. Once the first item comes through for Matt as well, this is going to be a roaming duo of Nightmares. It looks like they're just going to start up this Drake. You do have the Rich Gang members in the area at the moment, couple pings down. They know that this one is happening. I don't know if they're really going to want to try to steal this one away. They do not have anywhere near as much power for the skirmish.
Bernard does have the ult. Smite secured. They're trying to get the stun, but Dovinder blocks it. The Red Strike gets dived on by Innocent Polymorph, but it's Banner who gets caught up and exhausted. Lifetime trying to peel away, has the ult to flash in from Zylax, takes out the AD carry instantly. Lifetime now on the run. Zeronix wants to keep on fighting, but he is alone against 3 on the back lines. The Echo has done the assassin thing. Matt finishes off the third kill as Lifetime, only one left alive. will be hitting underneath the tower. Xylax, I don't think you have the mana to go for this one. We'll just go for the wave.
What did I just say? What did I just say about the relative power of these two compositions at this point in the game? I don't know why it is that Rich Gang are trying for this play, and the fact that they just completely leave Xylax alone in a brush by himself, able to jump in, ult out, probably didn't even need to ult out at that exact moment, but was conscious of not getting taken down. And the polymorph had already been used. That is going to be the critical tool available to Rich Gang to stop this Echo from ruining the game, but Red Strike had used it on that initial bit of engage, didn't have it again, and so things go wrong, and Rich Gang, off of what had been a couple good minutes for them, suddenly lose out, and they find themselves down by about 3,000 gold.
Yeah, so Red Strike needs to be careful with how he uses the Wild Growth Polymorph combo, just because there's 2 or even 3 different divers onto the AD carry on the side of Leo. You need to pick your moment carefully. Otherwise, that can happen where Ben gets Braum Q'd, and once you have Braum Q on you,
yeah, you're dead.
Echo E
Goodbye.
is just straight death.
Yeah, exactly. It is just a complete death sentence in that situation. Like I said, some careful decision-making going to have to come on through as... I mean, at this point, Xylax is so strong. Like I said, Dustin Dawn already completed, now hunting forwards onto Lifetime, just at least going to steal away his blue buff, and this jungle beginning to get scarier right here for Rich Gang. An already significantly better look from Leo than they had in the previous game, and a lot of that's due to the fact they've got actual power to play around in the jungle and in the mid lane.
And they seem to be playing more proactive as well. If you look at the aggressive vision, they have set up a full vision line around the mid lane area. They rotated Bunny Beast over. Dovinder can move anywhere on the map. They swapped out the lane assignments. Now the Randuin's Omen is ready on Ornn. Well, hold this Echo, who has full magic penetration.
Exactly, it's just making all of these lane matchups so much harder to play. And Completia, as much as he wasn't able to get any kills early on, Akhenaten was able to keep himself alive. Still, is in a really strong spot with that Eclipse now. This is the peak of the power for the early game out of Leo, for the top side of the map. It will transition into bot lane power as we got a lot later into the game for Bunny Beast, but right now this is where I want to see the pace kept high out of Leo, and so far so good, picking some of the grubs, 2 early Drakes, and now the Rift Herald's going to fall with no real response out of Rich Gang. They can't respond, and they realise that and don't.
Instead, they do what they need to do. Go on the map, make sure that the lanes are pushed in, take the jungle resources on time, not missing, well, really anything on the map. You know, Ornn can even freeze this for a moment to make sure that Leo do not get additional resources on the top side when there's no one really getting the wave. Zeronix needs to be careful because there could be more members coming in. Does have Lifetime in the back pocket, making sure that there's no shenanigans going on it.
No, nothing too risky coming through as everybody's just going to continue along with trying to get as much farm as possible. Lifetime goes in, actually. Wait,
yeah,
is he just dead? The shield?
He's just dead!
Wow, I thought potentially the Eclipse Shield could have kept him alive. Obviously, the response on the other side of the map, mid lane tier 1 going to go down. Big chunk out of mid lane tier 2 here as well.
They want to go forward. Dovinder, first one to move in. Xylax now way behind enemy lines. They want to take out this tower as fast as they can. Echo ult onto Ben. Instantly popped up by the Wild Growth. But the damage isn't there yet on the Zeri. Can't one tap. Akhenaten on the flank. They could have kept the fight going if they wanted to, but with Ben popping all of the resources, I don't think that's a fight they want to take.
No, I wondered if maybe Akhenaten was just going to arrive, pop down that Call of the Forged Rod, and get involved. Instead, he's just going to stop a base out of Dovinder. Nothing too much really happening for them. 20 seconds, though, until the Drake does spawn. Completia's gone top lane. He does have teleport available, but he's going to have to blow that one if you don't want to end up in a 4v5 situation.
Civil Wave Clear should be able to peel away this wave. Dragon, as it said, now spawning. First time Rich Gang has priority onto the objective, but Xylax is here. Chrono Break is up as well. Akhenaten away from his team, already down to half. Teleport coming in on the flank. Blue team gets the Mountain Drake, but Kaplika on the back lines already taking down one. Xylax joining in for the rampage. And that's a escaping teleport, not able to cancel it. Zeronix survives, they take the objective, but at what cost?
Yeah, I mean, losing out onto that teleport is just the cherry on top right here. Leo pretty much grabbing themselves everything in all of these fights. Going to grab a bottom lane tier 2 tower as well and continue to expand their gold lead out. About 4,000 gold it's going to be after this tower goes down. Still, as Rich Gang, you're happy enough with that situation. You get yourself the Drake at least, stop it from being soul point from Leo, and it buys you that little bit of extra time, and time is what they need. You can see Storm Surge completed, Blackfire Torch completed, but that's nowhere near enough for these champions to really be doing the damage. You need to at least get that eye edge through for Ben for him really to be able to come online, and so it's just buying time. 5 more minutes they've guaranteed themselves here.
And now the main issue is that how do you keep Banner safe? Without the outer towers, the map gets opened up considerably. And if you're Leo, you probably want to go deep and set up vision like you've done on the top side of the map.
Yeah, absolutely. They've been pretty good with vision in this second game. Has found them a couple of picks as well. So it's not something you're going to want to accidentally drift away from. Speaking of picks, Rich Gang's composition really isn't particularly good for picks. They're much more focused on the straight-up 5v5 team fights. Whereas on the other side, Leo love a pick. Between the Pantheon and the Echo, they can play around that, and that threat is making it very tricky to walk up to any of these objectives. Rich Gang need to find a foothold in this game, because if they're constantly second to the objective setups, they're going to get flanked, and they're going to find it very hard to win this game.
And speaking of flanks, not really a flank. Dovendir, oh, it's Dovendir has spell book, and I didn't even notice in the rooms there. So Leo gets back on the map. They don't really have a way to set up a flank per se, but they do have a considerable dive threat with Banner again being forced away from the mini wave Echo. So mobile, can get to either one of these lanes at a moment's notice.
You can, and you just have to be really respectful at this point, and the game pace just being as it is, pretty slow overall, but Leo keeping their advantage going, working out for them pretty well. Second item will now come through onto Berna. He's beginning to get online. Also, level 13 now tick for Akrantor. He's now got himself that first ornament and can keep putting these upgrades through. That's going to be a massive extra power spike for Rich Gang. They just need to make sure the game gets there.
A slow pace, as you said. Rich Gang, more than happy with this. Akranto especially, getting more levels. Banner, getting more items. They want to delay the game for the fight. I don't think... the Baron DPS on Leo is not high. They are more capable of killing champions than they are killing objectives.
And that could put them in a bit of a worrying situation, right? If they do need to just go and take themselves a Baron under the noses of these Rich Gang members. But right now, I mean, Rich Gang haven't even been able to get close to the... You saw just having to chuck down the wall to check if it started up. They are worried about this being taken away. We'll see if Leo are going to pull the trigger, because as this game goes longer and longer, as it continues with this slower pace, this does help out for Rich Gang as, oh boy, I'd say second item, Rocket Belt, coming through from Zeronix. I smell fear.
Yeah, he definitely needs the mobility to escape some of these Leo
Not
members.
Even Zhonya's. Not even Zhonya's. Like, Rocket Belt. Holy.
It's a cost-efficient item, I think, is the main thing.
But I want my Syndra blowing people up. I want a Cosmic Drive next, right? Or if we're doing utility, you know, a Crypt Bloom. I don't want Rocket Belt second on my Syndra, but we'll see if it works out. We'll see if that extra level of survivability is going to help out Rich Gang's mid laner. As again, this stalemate just continues on.
Do you have any funny sayings in the UK for when you are getting so annoyed by nothing happening, you do X? Like, in Finnish, we have a saying where, like, I'm so bored of this game, my socks have started to spin up by themselves.
I've not heard that before, as Lifetime... I don't think he's bored in this situation. Just going to jump away. Matt needs to be careful, actually. Could potentially get caught out.
Yeah, Akranta, full pop. Oh, God! Lifetime falls. Alex ults back to his team. Without their front line, it could be a hard fight to take. Ben is still hitting, dealing considerable damage.
So hard.
Yeah. Bunny Beast at half HP goes over the wall. Banner, you're away from the team. He does not care. The fight is split. 2 kills going over. Up on the top side of the jungle, Xylax still alive but low as Matt has got over to the dragon. The Caplika's just... Is he unleashed?
No, not yet. Banner just gonna have to walk away. The Lightning Crash did so much in that team fight for Rich Gang, and they still end up losing out. 3 members will fall, and it looks a heck of a lot closer. This initial engage looks great, but as you said, Xylax just jumps in and one-taps his opponent. This Echo is so strong at the moment, but watch Banner through the rest of this team fight. It doesn't work out for him in the end properly. He doesn't get all of the kills he's looking for. Jumping on over, picks up the kill onto Dovendir, and look how low everyone else. If he was just a little bit more confident to keep stepping up, that could potentially have been a ton more kills going over to Rich Gang.
The fight was so split. I was wondering, where did Xylax exactly go? He killed Zeronix on the sidelines as well. That's how strong the Echo is. Just one-tapping the frontline Wukong and then goes back in for the Syndra after the ult. So I think that's the dream fight for Leo.
Yeah, that is kind of what you're looking for, right, in this situation, where you blow somebody up first, then you can make the rest of the fight work, but you do have to play these fights pretty quick. If the person you blow up isn't the Zeri, the team fight is really risky. This Zeri already hurting, upgraded eye edge now completed, Runans as well. Banner is fully online at this point in the game. Leo, I think they need to pick the pace up a little bit. They're looking at the Baron, but don't quite feel confident yet to be able to start it.
They need to set up vision first, or catch Rich Gang overextending. They are trying to contest around the area, at least clearing out the jungle, pushing in the waves. But without Akranta, without lifetime, having the HP pools necessary to face check these brushes, this is what can happen. Leo can just start up the Baron and see
TP.
what happens. There's the teleport from Zeronix.
I think
it's been spotted out as they now face check the brush. Akranta first one to go in. Eats a nice chunk of damage. They peel away. Nice play from Rich Gang. They know that the Baron attempt has been stopped and some of the cooldowns have been used. Sure, they lost Ornn's flash, but at least they diffused the situation without really getting punished for the Syndra teleport.
No, and the Syndra teleport coming on through isn't ideal, right? You're now going to have to send Akrantor down to the bottom lane to be able to push that one through and just keep being cognizant of the fact you could have this Baron taken away from you at any time. Still, they get a bit of a push off right here, some decent turret plating coming on, and it does feel like Leo have stalled out just a little bit. They've got a big push happening in the top lane at the moment, though. Xylax just going to take this tier 2 tower, most likely, uncontested.
Yeah, they need to deal with the Echo. Not only is the Echo a capable assassin, one of the better split pushers in the game. Just due to, well,
such an annoying champion. The game is better when he is not strong in the meta. One of my least favorite things to play against in a lot of situations. It's the same as the Neferi, right? When you do so much damage and then you get to just survive in situations in which it feels like you shouldn't. Although, I must admit, it must feel good to play. It
absolutely does. How many games did I have on this champion in a season? So, oh wait, going in, Pantheon Ultimate over to the mid lane. They see Banner and Red Strike away from the rest of the team.
Oh, but look at the damage.
The damage of Matt didn't even touch Banner and lost half of his HP. Big cooldown used as well. Caplika, I believe, teleported in. So now Leo find themselves fully stacked in mid lane with no wave priority. The waves are crashing on both sides, and they need to do something because that play did not work.
No, it did not, and this is the thing, right? Leo kind of just stalling out at this point. They don't feel confident to be able to just take the Baron and invite a team fight coming through from Rich Gang and Banner as well. Last Whisper beginning to come on in for him, so he's just getting himself stronger and stronger at this point, and the worries for Leo just mounting a little bit. Still, look in the inventory of Xylax, 2 needlessly large rods, going to get himself that death cap very soon. And that is going to be another major power spike for Leo. And the fact you've now got 3 items completed on the Bunny Beast as well, your composition is going for Leo, but they just need to find the next thing for them. 40 seconds until a potential soul for them.
Yeah, just... If you're a Rich Gang fan, seeing this game state is probably the best thing that can happen, because now with the teleport in the mid lane, Akranta with 2 items is tanky enough that he can start approaching these brushes. Has the extra shield as well. Caplica, they need to watch out for the Ambessa ult as they are looking for position. Xylex on the flank as well. They are completely sandwiched, but Xylex needs to escape. They just, with the mid lane priority, the way that it is, cannot commit to playing towards the river. Akranta once again the target. Red Strike eats a couple of boomerangs as well. Just back and forth. Lifetime wants to go in. They found Bunny Beast. Berner hot forward, but here's the echo. Here's the dive-in from Leo. They tried to peel away. They shut down Xylex. Now they just need to kill the rest of the team. Banner's still untouched. Banner's marching forward. Caplica going on to Lifetime, but Banner show runs on. Caplica now behind the enemy team. Gets stunned up. Eventually should die. Does not have much energy, needs to dodge away from the remaining skill shots. And there goes... Banner so low! They just can't get the kill! Shut down for Akranta! And they have done it. They found the team fight, and they should be heading to the Dragon.
Xylex just doesn't get anything going in that fight, and what an aggressive play out of Lifetime, leaping on into the backline so aggressively, and it works out for them. The Drake will fall. I mean, Matt is in the area. Maybe he can go for the steal, but it's melting away. He's just about going to get into the pit.
He is super close. Watch
oh my god, he steals it. No way.
Teleport from Xylex in the back lines. They can take the fight as well. Red Strike has no ultimate. Dies instantly. Banner and Zeronix trying to kite away. The vendor holding the shield up. Xylex shielded but can't reach Banner. The cooldown's too long for the echo. But getting the steal and the soul so big for Leo.
You can't see, but I've just facepalmed so hard that I've given myself a headache. I don't understand the decision-making right here out of Rich Gang. This game has been on the knife's edge for you all the way up, and this team fight, I mean, watch Banner right here. He is in the middle of everybody, but the stun that comes in right now hits onto Akranta and not onto Banner, so he's able to sit back a little bit further and gets himself that initial kill coming on through. Again, people are leaving on minuscule bits of health. Banner could have had way more kills in this situation, but in the end, they mess it up by giving the soul over. That's not just any Drake, that's full Mountain Soul over to Leo.
And it's such a close fight. As you said, if that stun had landed on the Banner, it could have gone a full team wipe.
Yeah.
And
if he dies, you're done as Rich Gang. The whole game is on Banner's back right now. And
with that fight going the way that it did, Banner gets a nice influx of gold. Sure, they lost the Mountain Soul, but now they have the necessary DPS. You have 4 items Zeri who will melt the Baron. There's a teleport right behind. Yep, Caplica, they have spotted it out, but here's the Pantheon teleport. Caplica lands the ult onto Red Strike. How fit we got? Dead! The Lulu's gone. No more boost for Banner as the rest of Leo march up. Lifetime kiting away. Banner, ult popped, cannot contest afterwards. And what looked like an okay attempt for the Rich Gang Baron. Free objective for Leo once again.
And just losing out on these decision-making still. They're going to teleport back in, look to continue making this play happen. Banner has been able to get himself a bit of health back, and now can join from the top side of the fight.
Wants to look for Zeronix. Xylex will be keeping that chase going. Ult right back. Lifetime still on the backside. They don't know where the Wukong is. Can go over the wall. Hops into the barrier pit. Red team gets it. 1 kill traded over on both sides. Banner full HP. Has... Still, the fight going, but the bounces! It's not only Xylex, Bunny Beast, who everyone forgot about! The second ADC in this game just deletes everyone in range.
And that's just a criminal bit of throws right here out of Rich Gang. Really nice out of Leo to fight their way into this game early on and then make it work as their composition begins to fall to the wayside. The thing is, as much as the top side isn't quite as strong, like you said, Bunny Beast all of a sudden back in a great spot, and Ben is just playing too scared. He constantly is sitting back over the other side of the wall, worried about it, and only at the point at which his remaining teammates have died does he step up. Needed to have the confidence to step up into the pit just then.
I don't know, Bloxer. Leo might have done it. Leo cracking the code to defeating a Rich Gang. They are marching up to these inhibitor towers. Bunny Beast the silent performer throughout this entire game has reached the critical mass of Sivir, where you just hit your auto attack button and melt health bars as long as there are people in range. They will group up as 5. They will keep this going. Baron minions, so hard to take out. Benna needs to commit to the minion wave. And again, this cannon creep eventually will take the tower down. Kaplika as well approaching from the flank. Akranta, only one that can really walk up to these minions.
Absolutely, and Leo, it looks like they've been able to do it for themselves right here with the Baron-empowered minions pushing on forward. Rich Gang, they're going to have to find one final fight to potentially defend their base, but they're going to lose mid lane inhibitor. They lose top lane inhibitor as well. The Nexus towers are going to be tricky to hit onto. There's some decent wave clear available, but the waves will just keep pouring on in.
There's no ult! Akranta has to hard engage without it! Benna pops the ult, tries to cut back, but Rage Strike using literally everything, but their front line is already dead. Bunnybee is just walking up, pressing the auto attack, but the flashes forward. Matt with the Guardian Angel still alive. Nexus Tower is now the target. Xylex with no mana hops in, gets popped by Zeronix, but it doesn't matter. Benna barely survives. Bunnybee still hitting the towers. Leo wants to end the game right here and now, hitting the Nexus as Benna and the rest of Rich Gang trying to defend. They dive over the wall. They dive over the Nexus, but it's only the support left. We are going into game 3. Leo evens it up.
Leo looking good in their second games in the tournament so far. 1-1 in this matchup versus Rich Gang, and they didn't make it easy for themselves. It was a good look early on, and a lot of praise into the first Echo that we've seen in a proper competitive right here. Really well played out of Xylex, but it was Bunny Beast in the end, getting online later on in the game, that really sealed the deal.
Yeah, and again, it just feels like a reverse situation from game 1, where Rich Gang, while they did have some nice counter engages, like in the bot side of the map with a Flash Lulu ultimate to prevent the dive, and some of the team fights with Benna just melting faces, the game plan was so solid from Leo this time around.
Yeah, it really was. Leo just knew what was up, knew how to play this matchup significantly better than they did the previous one, and this is exactly what we had been looking for, right? Some extra aggression coming out from the jungle. Matt looked way better in this one than he did previously, and then you actually play around the strong lane in the mid lane and then spread that pressure around elsewhere. Rich Gang found some options for getting back into the game, right? They were still able to fight back, and I really did think that there was a chance that Benna was going to be able to pull it through for his team, but he just had to sit quite far back, be so respectful of Dovendir on that Braum, and it really did just cost them the game in the end.
Well, both teams, one on the board, Leo in the driver's seat. We will be taking a small break before we head to the decisive game 3. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. And we are back heading into game 3 as Leo evened it up with a... Well, we pretty much had the exact reverse of game 1, where Leo showed up with the superior team fighting prowess and overall, I think, game plan.
Absolutely, and if you want to look for one specific moment that kind of wrecked the game right there for Rich Gang, it was deciding to fight around that Drake early on in the game. Second Drake of the game, they are just in a power deficit. Their composition doesn't skirmish as well, they don't have enough members there to go for the fight, and they decide to go for it anyway, and they just lose out. Still, they're able to fight back, and that's what gives me some hope for Rich Gang going on forwards. They were still able to find a way back into this game almost, but Leo in the end closing this one out and sending us to this game number 3.
Yeah, and there were some critical points in the game where it felt like the game could snowball one way or another. Initially, we saw this dive go completely haywire for Leo.
Wrong.
It went so as wrong as it pretty much can go, but then it started to turn around.
This fight, oh no, this one's the little bit later one where all of a sudden Rich Gang find a way back into the fight. I mean, look at how many low health bars there are. If Ben is able to just grab himself 1 or 2 more kills in this situation, it could have been completely different. From Leo, more aggression on the top side of the map really worked out for them. It was what we were asking for, Carvis, going between games 1 and 2, and I would like to see them continue it moving on forwards.
Yeah. And well, this is where it started to turn out. They get the Mountain Soul Steel, they get some kills on the Xylax, and this Echo just so annoying to deal with in the fights.
It was just miserable watching it happen, and I think in this situation, Xylax might have put himself in a good enough performance that other teams are really going to have to think about this one, right? The Syndra, obviously, a big pickup in the meta at the moment, and so having such a specific counter to it that you play so well that you can work in to this kind of team composition is a real benefit to Leo going on forwards, and something they really do need, obviously. These are the 0-1 teams. Whoever loses this, 0-2, they are sat 1 series loss away from being knocked out of this entire tournament. You want as many wrinkles to your game plan as possible.
And, well, game 3 is the game that is last on the ticket. And you really need to bring out Hooligans here. We already saw Leo be here once, where they slightly fell apart. They tried to go for, I think it was game 3, where they went for the Lee Sin game plan and just kind of... The entire map fell apart at the hands of Volda.
Yeah, it very much did. But Volda have proven themselves to be a pretty good squad overall. Obviously, they just get eviscerated by Ruddy, but same. Everybody has, at this point, Ruddy looking like one of the stronger teams overall that we've got in the tournament so far. I'm personally not holding losses to Ruddy against any of these teams, not against Rich Gang, not against Volda. I think it's fair enough to get eviscerated by that roster, and so this is potentially a weak point for Leo. Once they get later on into the series, they don't necessarily have as many of these high-end champions that they love to play, and I like the fact they show us the Echo. That shows me they've got a couple more things in their bag that they weren't able to bring out previously in that Volda matchup.
So, game 3. Again, this series has gone way differently than we expected, based on how the rest of the NLC has played. Game 3, what are we looking? Are we going to see more of the Enchanter hyper carry style? We still have things like Jinx, Karma, we still have Seraphine, Ashe not used, or are we going to see more of the Camille Bard that we haven't seen a single pick or ban of?
I'm surprised that we haven't seen a single one, but I think from Rich Gang, keep it 100. You've been fine so far, even in that loss, right? The fact that you were playing a more standard front-to-back team fighting composition is still working out for you pretty well, and there's a bunch of good pickups still available to you in that set, right? I mean, the Cassante, something we haven't seen yet that can work as both a bit of an aggressive pickup, but also works really well just playing the standard front-to-back team fighting. You've also got picks like the Xayah still available for that level of, hey, I want to play aggressive, but I also need that extra bit of safety, and any of the mid laners at the moment are absolutely fine. I think for Rich Gang, more of the same. I want to see more aggression out of Leo. We got to see an increased level from game 1 and 2. I want to see them go even further. Specifically, I'm thinking about the Lee Sin. If it goes through, I want to see Matt pick this one up. He had a really impressive performance on it in their Volda game, and I'd love to see it go on.
There's also, again, we don't know 100% what all of these teams have prepared. There's also things like a Kiana that could fit that sort of play style that we occasionally see. And at least when we look at the bans, Akali now showing her face in the bans. Zeronix Do you think that after getting his own Echo picked against him, might be a little angry? Might want to go ham this game himself?
I mean, I hope so in this situation, right? I would love to see him get something really aggressive. I think if the lock goes through, it's going to be first pick by Leo. If it doesn't, that could potentially be a really interesting pickup. It's something Zeronix played before, wasn't actually able to pick up a win, but was certainly trying with that one. The Jarvan getting taken away. I wonder if the Xin Zhao might also be pretty high priority for either of these teams. Lock is fully available. Leo, they're being dared right here. This is what Rich Gang are saying. They're saying, do you dare to pick it? Because, I'll be honest, as much as the champion's a bit strong in terms of its actual numbers in some ways, it's really obvious in what it wants to do. We'll talk more about this once we get further on into the game. Leo making the obvious choice by picking it up. I personally am not such a big fan of this champion. I think it's just too easy to read and doesn't give you enough later on in the game, but obviously we will wait and see. Rich Gang, pretty open now to pick up whatever they want. They can try counter straight up with the lock in the mid lane, but so far we've not seen a lot of champions that have too good of a time into him. The Sylas would be a really interesting pick. I've not watched this specific matchup yet.
I was just about to say, I don't think I've ever seen this matchup either.
I've not seen this matchup yet.
Usually the hard counter is Cassio. And that matchup I've seen multiple times, but Lock Sylas, or are we might be going ham for this game 3, because if this Bard gets locked in, it means that Red Strike will not be seen down on the bot side of the map. This is a pick also away from Dovendir, and it also would leave the AD carry spot a lot more open. It opens up things like the Caitlyn, it opens up things like, well, basically anything that can match up well solo on the bot side of the map.
I like the Cassante, obviously highlighted it just before we went on in. I think it's a pretty nice standard pickup for Akrantor, who's had himself a pretty good series so far, been very useful to the team, even in that loss on the Ornn, was making things happen. Now, because you don't grab the Bard, you can potentially go for Bard, and I want anything that can roam and get involved alongside Xylax right here. I would have been happy with that, would have been happy with the Pike, anything aggressive that you can play alongside it. And now you have to make a real interesting decision when it comes to your ADC. Plenty of the APCs have also been paired up alongside this Bard that you could sit pretty far back with. The Ziggs would have been ideal, obviously, but Rich Gang banning that away.
There's also the... Oh, no. Okay. Oh, wait, the Aphelios is open. I didn't even realize Bunny Beast.
It's Bunny Beast's thing.
Yeah.
But he's going to go Corki instead. Bit of a takeaway for Berna as well. A Corki hat must indeed come on out. Beautiful. Get it on. There
Lima, Oscar Lima. We are off. Once again. It's been quite some time.
Yep. It's such a dumb hat.
Bro,
it's so dumb.
So we have the Corki. This is the Leo specialty. I believe they won their game 2 with this as well.
Oh, they did it.
Are we just playing the comforts?
Comfort.
Everyone is going full ham.
Absolutely. We talked about it, right? As something potential for Red Strike to pull out. His favorite pickup right here, plays a ton of the Thresh in solo queue, but it's not solo queue right now, and the Thresh is not particularly strong in terms of the list of good supports available. It's not super high on those. I think this indicates to me you want to play a little bit more aggressive with your ADC, because it means you can go into this Corki and make its life as miserable as possible. If Dovendir is forced to stick around down on the bottom side of the map, that is cutting what this Bard wants to do in half, and if you don't, the dive potential onto a Corki can be really strong with this Thresh, and it also means you give some survivability over to your ADC. They don't have to provide it for themselves.
They are targeting the comfort champions now. Yorick and Nivea Graves, I believe, second most played for lifetime in solo queue. Would we be looking at things like the Kai'Sa or Berna?
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. Aggression. Play it. Just go get into your opponent's faces. Heck, give us a Draven pickup at this point. I mean, just really take it to your opponents right here. The Vayne going to be banned away. That's a Vayne top lane ban out of Capricia. They don't want to have to deal with that into the Cassante, which obviously be a little bit of a rough matchup. You're still waiting on seeing what it is that's going to come out of the jungle, and the jungle pools haven't been pinched that much compared to what we do usually see. We're talking about comfort, yeah. They're expecting Lifetime to play something uber aggressive right now, but all of the more standard pickups are still available. Heck, the Nocturne, one of the highest pick ban priority champions in the entire league at the moment, has just slipped straight through.
You say Nocturne, where's Naafiri?
Okay.
Now
just the
Fury's
Caitlyn.
open.
The Nefiri is open. Now, with this composition right now, I'm not certain that the Nefiri is exactly what you want. You want some aggression, but I think a slightly more standard engage jungler would make things a little bit easier. For Leo, they've got dive and some burst potential, no tankiness available to them right now whatsoever. They could just take a standard tank matchup up into the top lane. I mean, we've been seeing a ton of Gnar Cassante going through our screens recently as well. Anything like that would be totally fine. That's going to be a Trundle into the jungle, though.
Yeah, Trundle probably expecting something more supportive. This would also match up well into a Xin Zhao if we were to go that route. What?
Don't get baited by the Hover. Don't get baited by the Hover.
I'm not,
see.
but
We'll see.
it's Cassio top.
Unless the lock's going top for some ungodly reason, it should indeed be Cassio top. Now, we know Completion likes to play these aggressive picks. That Vayne ban away is for him. He likes to take it to his opponents, and it's something that actually in the matchup versus Volder, we were able to see Completion take over a little bit in games with more aggressive picks. Still very, very risky. I do like the Cassiopeia into the composition. Obviously, tons of potential dashes coming through that you can stop with the Miasma, and we saw this banned out earlier on. Lifetime has such an interesting champion pool.
We went full ham in this draft. Like, half of these champions you wouldn't expect to see. But this particular matchup and these particular players pulling out all the guns in their arsenal, Leo vs Rich Gang decided, looking at this composition, it might actually be the Cassiopeia in the mid lane to match up as the hard counter matchup against Sylas. Yeah. Sylas infamously, most abilities are dashes. If you are in the Miasma, you cannot do anything.
Indeed, as I was saying, right, you could potentially send the lock into the top lane. Now, lock into Cassante as a matchup is one that I've, again, not seen very much. Obviously, new champion, not really too much data on this one at the moment, but you've got a lot of damage to you available early on as the lock. His laning prowess is massive, and the chase down also really strong out of this champion. I will have to imagine that Locke in a longer lane is going to have a lot of extra power to just get into the face of his opponents and make it pretty miserable to step up to the waves. Obviously, on the other side of things, the Cassante is still just an annoying laner to deal with and doesn't mind getting put behind during the game. He's got plenty of teammates around him to help carry him through.
We'll get to see who will carry through on to the next round and not go into the 0-2 bracket, deciding Game 3 about to start. And what a draft we've had. Initially, we're gonna have to talk about the Ivern, because this champion just kind of warps the game, just in how they play the map.
Absolutely does. At the moment, it's in a really strong position as well, right? On the current patch, it's just able to give so much extra team fighting ability over two other champions in this game, and Rich Gang's whole composition is predicated on just making sure Zeronix and Ben are able to play the easiest possible matchups for themselves, and I love the combo between the Ivern and the Sylas. Whenever you manage to land yourself that Q, getting that extra jump in for the Sylas makes things so much easier to kick off these teamfights. You're not worrying about landing your chains as Zeronix. You've got a second way into the backline. It makes the access that much better. And especially when going into those level 11 type fights, this will be way later in the game, but you may just run over the Leo carries because they are lacking frontline. They only have the Trundle, and it feels like they are going full commit on the skirmishing strategy, where they just send the bar roaming, they have the Cassio, they have Locke, they have super strong side lanes, and just force Rich Gang to play without one of their tools. Exactly, and it could well work out for them in this situation. We saw how good their skirmishing was in the previous game, but they have to be very careful about the opportunities that they find, and like you said, the squishiness of their members is going to make it pretty tricky moving on forward. Not to mention, there's some interesting ultis available to the Sylas right here. Hang on. They are almost hard committing to this fight. Zeronix managing to get the level 3
advantage, just shoving in the wave. Xylex burns a lot of mana there as well. Needs to be careful when last hitting, because if he burns too much, Zeronix will punish.
Indeed he will, and if you give that early kill on over to the Sylas, the game could well just be over at that point. Early clears coming on through from both of the junglers, both working from the top side of the map down towards the bottom side. Obviously the Ivan takes a little while longer to get set up, but then is able to ping his way through, and can turn around to go potentially try to pick up this Scuttle Crab. Could even look for a double Scuttle, as he's really going to beat Matt out onto this one.
Yeah,
Matt recognizing it, yeah.
Matt recognizes the fact. However, Lifetime instead looking for the bot side, Dovinder trying to go and probably ward out where the Scuttle is. Instead, finds the tree man himself, loses his life. And top side, Caplica getting the full Cassante experience, not able to get the Q hit in. Akranta has to back away. Here's Matt coming in for the gank to save his top lane. And Akranta does have the flash. Instead turns it around, forcing Caplica to go away. One more auto attack is all that is needed, and Matt gets a kill for his troubles.
It's going to be 2 flashes out from the top side of the Matt, but at least Matt is able to pick himself up that kill. The Trundle really needed to get rolling, as we've been talking about, right? The only bit of tankiness that you're really going to have, obviously with the Subjugate onto Akrantor, should be in a pretty strong position overall, but needs to be for this team composition to work. And already some explosivity across the map. The bot lane potentially beginning to go Rich Gang's way. This is exactly what you want to see, because the Corki should be left alone for the majority of this bot lane matchup, and the dive potential between a Caitlyn and a Thresh is really strong. If you get caught on one of those traps or by a death sentence, you may well just go down.
Yeah, that's a whole bunch of headshots coming your way if you get the death sentence hit in. However, let's not forget, Thresh being one of those original roaming supports has great gank potential going into the mid lane, and this against a champion like Cassiopeia, who does not have the movement speed capabilities without hitting an ability, could easily turn into kills as well if they manage to keep this lane priority going. Just like in top lane, Akranta keeping the lane priority going, though so much damage coming in. Caplica just not able to respond.
Nope, absolutely nothing coming through for the lock at this point, and this was a lock B1 as we had expected. Hang on.
Yep, full combo with the electrocute. Xylex, that's going to be a recall from you, buddy.
Yeah, just got to run away right here. Doesn't even have the teleport to get back into lane as
Akranta
just stepping up again. He can just go for this. Oh, okay, now he needs to back off.
If that Q had hit, he's going right into the river. Wise play from Caprica, just dodging away. Should be able to clear the way from there. And honestly, did not expect this Cassante to dominate the lane this hard.
Yeah, I mean, as we were talking about, right, a lane matchup that we didn't know how it was going to go, not something we've seen that much of at this point in Locke's career as a champion. But we're beginning to get some answers. Still, it's been able to keep himself pretty much even, almost a little bit ahead in terms of CS, so things are okay at the moment. Bot lane, Death Sentence just going to miss outright here. Matt could potentially have looked for a lane gank if that did land to try to counter on, but instead just going to head back to base, spend a little bit of his gold. And it'd be interesting to see what we're going to get around this Drake. Obviously, with all of the pressure that Zeronix has been able to find for himself in moments during this matchup, and with all of the pressure bot lane is getting from Rich Gang, you would think that it should be Rich Gang favoured to head and start up this Drake.
They need to get a moment to do it, though. This seems to be what Rich Gang considers it, even though the mid lane does not have priorities. Zeronix taking a base right before they go and start this up, but with the Corki Bard duo being on the back foot, they just go for it. Let Lifetime handle the rest.
Wow. Wow. The Brushmaker is aggressively pink with this skin. I love that. That's a really fun little pop of colour right here. Like we said, right, the recall coming through from Matt as well meant that there was no real response, just going to be the early Drake going down. Now looking for a kill onto Zillax.
Yep, gets the CC, nice double ult, but still taking a bunch of damage, just walks up and auto attacks. Captain Falcon, is that you? Zeronix will take that kill and Probably some nice plate gold as well. Bot lane, you don't get to talk yet. Bunny Bee is taking a bunch of damage. This is... Don't go! That's a trap! That is a trap. Nice stun from Dovendir. Probably saved his life with a stun.
Needed to be, yeah. I mean, if you get a couple more headshots off right there, that was just going to be a kill picked up. Now Matt arriving into the mid lane. Could potentially look for the pillar, but obviously Zeronix can just jump over it.
That's level 6. This is a game of chicken with the Trundle ult. Doesn't matter. Matt will get the revenge kill. And this Trundle, starting off strong, will have the Trinity Force super.
Oh, yeah. Really, really early on for Matt right here. He's been able to get himself a bunch of good ganks. Exactly what we needed to see out of Leo. And they've been upgrading, it feels like. They've been getting better and better as we've been seeing more of them. Obviously, new squad coming into this split. Really beginning to find a bit of a rhythm, at least during the early games. For each gang, they're not falling too far behind though, right? Still got themselves a little bit of an early gold lead. They were able to grab that early Drake as well. And we'll see if we might get a skirmish around these grubs, as certainly Leo looking to start these up soon.
Kaplika jumping towards Akranta. That is a very confident move. Flash forward from Lifetime tries to get a catch. Not hitting his mark. But they managed to push Leo off of the objective. Meanwhile, the bot side of the map, Banner finds himself between a Corki and a Trundle. Flashes forward, the Weezy, the hole gets blocked. Nice play from the Leo jungler. Keeps his ADC alive and nets himself a kill.
Oh, in that situation, Bunny Beast is very lucky that the Trundle champion model is as chunky as it is. If Trundle had have had any sort of diet in that situation, he would have gone down millimeters away from that ace in the hole landing, but instead going to be a kill, and just unfortunate right here from Banner, really thinking that the enemy jungler was going to be topside with these grubs up and available, not imagining he was about to get dove. Still, nearly makes it a 1-for-1.
And even with the Bard roaming on the top side of the map, the grubs go fully over the rich gang. And yeah, they have a strong Trundle, but the rest of the map is starting to, well, not yet snowball, but it's starting to push an advantage. The first item power spikes, of course, coming in. Cassio will take some time to ramp up.
Absolutely, it will, and a lot of ramp up really needed for a lot of these different champions. One that needed to have gotten going already, I think, is going to be this Locke, who instead is just kind of having a miserable time. Won't die here, even with the all-out coming through, but my god, just needs to be really careful, constantly sitting back, not comfortable stepping up to these waves, and I have to question the decision not to send the Cassiopeia top.
Oh, here's the grounded, stuck inside the miasma. Zeron is now able to dash, but here's the pillar. One last auto attack donated over to Xylax instead. Cassiopeia getting some of the nice ramp. Money flash forward from Akranta, aggressively looking for the kill. W is away from the tower, knows that. Okay, you dodged it, well done. We go again in a good 2 minutes or so when they'll this back.
Exactly, they can just keep going for this one again and again and again and again, and Akranta not expecting to have his, damage profile fall off anytime soon. This is a lock with some scraps and components, and this is part of my problem with the lock. Even when it gets really far ahead early on, it just is so telegraphed in when it wants to go in. And you're not like any of these other very squishy burst mages, such as the Evelynn thing, where you've at least got your ulti to be able to get back out. If you don't get the kills, you just die. And if you don't get ahead early, if you don't begin to get the stacks up off of that ulti, this champion just doesn't give you very much. There's no CC that it's really providing for you. Its damage can be big if it gets ahead, but if it doesn't, that's not really anything. What does the champion provide to you beyond its early pressure?
A whole bunch of damage if it gets going. But that, again, we are kind of looping the thing here. We are yet to see the lock pop off, but with the first item, we could see it. Red Strike now dodging away from the Bard. Ult kites away, and you don't want to walk into this Ivern Brush plus Daisy lineup. That is, no, not your place to be, Dovendir. Xylax wisely retreats to the mid lane, but are they still looking to contest this? Everyone is converging around the dragon area.
Indeed they are, and Rich Gang could potentially try to turn this one around as Akrantor stepping up right here. Their sentence does go wide. Akrantor now just going to have to take the Lantern back to safety. Still, they're buying time to just pick this Drake up.
There's the Redemption healing everyone up, and just interesting decision from Leo to try and approach this. They had the possibility of going to the side lanes, pick up some waves and everything, but they really felt like this could be the time to contest. They don't get it, and now Rich Gang basically get 3 resets and control of the map.
Indeed they do, and talking of the resets, Storm Surge gonna come through right here for Berna. He's in a really good position as well to begin rolling in this game. So first item has to come through is Dovender. Okay, flashes away, just about gets himself out of that one. And Zeronix able to take the Lantern back to safety. This mid laner is doing some real work right now. Lichbane in inventory, and he's rolling.
Yeah, Lichbane rush Silas. We'll delete this Squishy Support in, I could say, 2 or 3 abilities plus an auto attack rotation.
If he gets a rotation off and hits you once or twice, you're just done for.
And this is really what Rich Gang is playing around. Does Cassiopeia counter pick, while it did get a kill or 2 with the Trundle, still hasn't really got an advantage with it. They need to get more out of this, and this is why they're rotating Xylex over to the bot side of the map. They want to start cracking open these towers where Zeronix is not exerting his pressure. Nice timing! Red Strike with a hook between the minions for Xylex just dies. No way to save him. Dovender tried his best with Temper Fate, but not happening. Now the tower under threat.
Exactly, and you even bring a couple extra members down thinking they were going to need some support to make that fight happen, but instead, beautiful, beautiful right there. And this is what a lot of time spent on your champion will do for you. The bot lane tier 1 tower will fall right here. The pings instead from Leo looking topside. Maybe they could try to collapse right here onto Akrantor, but I don't know that that's exactly the play you want to make. It feels like instead, maybe Zeronix, but he should know that there are threats in the top side of the map, and indeed, just walks away.
Red Strike now. Walking in vision. They know he's kind of stuck between the pillar and the wall. Has to flash over. No time to chase him down because the rest of the team might be right behind him, but an important flash to burn.
Very much so. The flash death sentence is one of the most reliable tools you've got available to Rich Gang for trying to set these fights up. Still, not the end of the world, right? In terms of champions, you don't mind losing a flash on the Thresh. Usually sat quite far behind the rest of the team, looking to help people out, rather than get his nose in instantaneously. But it is something back for Leo, at least, as we get 15 minutes into this game. For a little while until we should be having our next Drake of the game spawning in, although our timers have died, unfortunately.
Aggressive teleport coming in all the way through the map. Akrantor now with his team on this objective, way far up on the bot side. We can see a straight on 5v5 as the Trundle just heads in. Oh, Zonya onto 3. Akranta, only one who is outside of it. Kaplika has to flash away. The rest of the carry is still hitting. Zeronix trying to pressure Bunny Beast as the Trundle goes ham on the back line. Gets Red Strike. The objective taking part. Second ult coming in, this time from the silence. The Avenger dies. Akranta still alive, full HP, going all out. Bunny Beast in the pit, trying to get a revenge kill onto Banner, but looks like Rich Gang just hammers down member by member. The Leo team not able to survive the fight.
Now, like I said, Akrantor and Zeronix able to just survive through the majority of that team fight. The stolen ulti as well, making things look good for them. And we'll have a watch back at this one as the initial engage looks like it's going to be okay. A pretty big Fate sealed. Sorry, pretty big Tempered Fate even sort of kick things off, but it's the second Tempered Fate that comes on in that really turn things back around for Rich Gang. It means they're able to get into this one. I'm watching Zeronix on the bottom side of this map, throws through that ulti, evaporates Dovender, and then puts his team in a numbers advantage to make the rest of the fight work.
And it really feels like this time around, where Akranta wasn't able to do this on the Ornn necessarily, but this super tanky top laner, but this time a damage-doing top laner as well, on the K'Sante, is becoming a problem for Leo. They really need Matt to pop the ult onto the K'Sante, but he's also the only frontliner, so he needs to go in and give safety to Bunny Beast and the others, or that fight is going to repeat itself. The dragon has already been set up. No vision for Leo to speak of. Tempered Fate onto 2. This time it's the support and top laner. Unstoppable. Akranta will be able to get out of this one, but Red Strike falls low. Kaplika still trying to find an angle on the back line. They just can't go forward. There's so much Iron Brush in front. Zeronix hops in with a Cassio ult. They are feeling themselves maybe too much. Akranta, half HP. Kills traded over 1-1 so far. All out once more. Xylax 5 HP. Survives the burst. Oh, he's in the hole from Banner. Tries to get it. Flash will be there to keep himself alive. But what an explosive fight. Still nobody dying.
Yeah, only a couple of kills going on through, despite the fact that there were a lot of low health bars. Zeronix, like you said, feeling himself a little bit too much, jumping in right there with the Cassio ulti. Not quite going to be able to use the Petrifying Gaze to great effect. Still, Rich Gang going to be more than happy with what happens in this team fight. I mean, big chunk of damage onto the mid lane tower, and more importantly, picking themselves up that soul point. It's going to be Cloud Soul available for them soon as, a bit close there. Oh no, they're just dead.
Big stun from Devender. They greed for the tower, and well, greed generally does not pay off. Zeronix might be able to threaten Matt enough that they keep the support alive. But Banner falling there means that now it's, never mind, Rich Gang once again wants to go forward. Double Trundle ult has been used, but Zeronix way too low to continue this fight. Tempered Fate finds the Silas now. One last auto attack will be able to get the kill. Only Red Dragon Lifetime remaining. They can't win this. That's 2 supports. Bunny Beast knits himself another. And Xylax just keeps shoving the wave in. Now there's only Red Strike and Akranta to hold the tower.
Rich Gang just losing their minds right there, thinking they could win some team fights when they simply couldn't. Greed is the thing that kicks that one off as Banner sticks around a little bit too long, doesn't just immediately take the Lantern back. As much as we've been talking about some of the other explosive players in this game so far, Matt has played a really good Trundle, has been just a sniper with these pillars, making the ganks work, splitting up the team fight, and right there, making sure the retreat out of Rich Gang didn't come through. Now 5-1 and 4, 2 items completed for him as well, going a sort of hybrid damage and tank build as you would expect as the only tanky member on his team.
And I think this Trundle may actually be him. Just with the ult onto Akranta or even Zeronix, you gain enough resistance where it is actually difficult for this Rich Gang extended fight composition to burst the Trundle down.
Yeah, exactly, and it is making things that little bit trickier, and you can see that pillar really nice right here, going to play well again in this situation. I don't understand the decision making coming through from a couple of members. Just, you're too late. Lifetime, walk away. You are not going to be able to help out right now. Maybe you could chuck Daisy down, but where he jumps forwards here, running in, I don't know why he thought that was going to turn into a good win. And well done to Leo for being able to find that punish.
We've seen versions of Ivan where you go full-on hit capabilities on the Daisy, and then you can kind of do those sorts of fights, but this is, again, full support. Will be
Moonstone Redemption. I think it's not that one in this situation, yeah.
Yeah, hey, Redemption kinda hurts if you stand in the circle.
That's true. Now, if you're relying on Redemption as the damage to put down in a team fight, yeah, you might have some bigger problems potentially coming on in. And to be fair, overall damage profile is a potential problem for this Rich Gang lineup. The Caitlyn does a lot. Obviously, the Silas does if you're able to get close enough, but that's not necessarily going to be the case if you're able to play this well as Matt, if you're able to put the pillars down well and be as tanky as he has been so far. Have to keep track of that. We have now obviously ticked over 20 minutes in the game. Baron is now up and available. A very fast Baron take available to Leo if they want to potentially try sneak this one away.
Now it's time for Leo to set up shop, trying to prevent the Ivan from getting there. Actually going for the reset. Lifetime might have it close to the third item, but here's a pillar. Red Strike gonna eat a bunch of damage, and it's this weird ARAM that we are playing, just fighting over the objectives time and time again. Red Strike constantly threatening the death sentences while Leo look for an angle to get the pillar down. Now Dovinder may get caught out. Death Sentence lands onto Matt. It doesn't get the ult
He's
off
just dead.
and falls so
No, he
low.
lives!
Not
Huh?
dead yet. But Xylax on the back lines is all alone. Kaplika able to secure the kill onto Bena. Zeronik still not able to find his way in, all out from Akranta, but the team is not following yet. One more ultimate is all that they need. Bunny Beast falls so low, but stun lands. Now goes Zeronix, and only 2 left. It's the support once again, and Leo with the team fight win.
And they're going to be able to grab themselves this Drake, stop it from being Soul, going over to Rich Gang. And a weird team fight out of Rich Gang, going in one by one, and it looked like it was going to work out. They were so close to being able to kill Matt, but the subjugate and the healing coming through from all of those chomps, just enough to keep him alive right here. Watch this one back. Very specifically, watch Matt and the healing he's able to do for himself and get from his teammates around him, because he is so low after taking this death sentence. At this point, I think he's dead. No, healing. The shrines coming through as well from Dovin. They're just enough to keep his jungler alive. And then, it's 1 by 1 here. Akrantor goes in. Doesn't get anything. As soon as he dies, Zoronix goes in. And doesn't get anything. And it's just drawing members in far too slowly. Lifetime at least able to flash to get away, but it still does cost them the Drake.
And the funny thing is, every single time when Akranta jumps in, Dovinder just walks behind him, stuns him into the small wall right next to the brush, and then Zeronix hops in. It's literally the same stun. Dovinder was just walking back and forth, throwing out the Qs. And it's just great team fighting from Leo. They recognize that, wait, Matt is still alive. We can actually win this. Kaplika, especially getting the critical kill onto Bena, who has been the carrying force in these team fights throughout this series. So just playing to their strengths is all they need.
Absolutely. They have been able to put themselves in a pretty good spot. Obviously, the gold still basically dead even, and Rich Gang with a couple of extra neutral objectives are just in a pretty good spot overall if they're able to find some potential picks, but we just haven't been able to see these multiple rounds of headshots come through from Ben. He's not been able to do that. Same thing with Zoronix of being able to just blow somebody up all in one go. He hasn't had the opportunity. Fate Tail not quite going to land. Everybody gets back away out of Rich Gang, and this dance around the mid lane continues.
We are approaching 25 minutes. Most of the really big item power spikes are already there. Cassiopeia, especially with the double mana value items, that will be kind of the second frontliner. Speaking of the Cassiopeia, they're looking for Akranta down on the bot side of the map, and yeah, I don't think this Cassandra can get away. There's just way too many slows. Now, it would be the time to go for the Baron. However, then you look at your team composition. Not going to happen. Instead, they go mid. Double Trundle ult pop. Zeronix and Matt both are bleeding each other out. The Daisy keeping CC going. Xylax has to retreat away. But they don't have the tools to take the fight proper.
No, they don't, but Leo continuing to step up. They know they've got themselves a numbers advantage for a little while right here. Don't know if they're going to feel confident enough to actually start this Baron up. I think that would be a step too far. Instead, just going to take this opportunity to re-up their control over this mid lane and spend a little bit more gold.
TP from Xylax. They are kind of posturing that they try to take the Baron. Then Perfect barely dodged by Ben. A great caliber net to get out of the way, and now it's probably the time for the rest of the team to say, okay, we need a reset, we need to refresh the HP pool, buy the small components that we have, and now the Xylax TP is something that they might miss.
Yeah, very much so. The fact that that Xylax TP really didn't get them too much could well come back to bite them, as you do have TPs available for both Akrantor and for Zeronix, but so far it is feeling very Leo-favoured. Despite the fact that it's only the small gold lead and all of the Drakes went to Rich Gang, Leo just have felt like they've been playing out these team fights a heck of a lot better, and it does feel like that kind of potential lack of damage that Rich Gang were staring down the barrel of sort of just has come true.
Now, 1 minute till the dragon. That's still a sole point for Rich Gang. Akranta, you already mentioned it. They're both solo laners have their teleports up, so they can do this sort of pressure. However, Leo realize it. Start marching towards mid lane, and most of the damage is on Zeronix and Akranta. Now the mid lane tower getting sieged down, forces to teleport, and I don't know, Rich Gang, can they take a fight here?
I think they're going to need to find a very specific pick onto Completion, onto Bunny Beast to really kick this team fight off. I don't know that Zelax is just going to be a good opportunity for them. The Miasma goes down. Zeronix chasing onto Bunny Beast doesn't land the chains. Still, Bunny Beast taking big chunks of damage.
Kaplika on the flank. They spot him out with the ward. It's just so volatile. There are skill shot CC, like hard CCs flying left, right, and center. Nobody's really hitting anything
my God,
except for the hook on the
sentence.
Xylex. They do not follow it up though. Zeronix, no way to get in just yet. But Hives into the backline. Banner's just dead. 4 on 5 now. Akranta in the middle of the enemy team, not taking much damage, but not dealing any either. Rich Gang just cut their losses, take the 2 deaths, and will be giving another objective away.
I mean, at this point, all of a sudden, picking themselves up that soul that they worked so hard for in the early stages of the game, looking worse and worse on the odds. I can't believe nobody followed up from that death sentence. It turns a corner to hit Zelax. There's no way that this death sentence should hit. It's so close to tagging onto that cannon minion, but there's no follow-up. Everybody gets caught straight in the miasma, and this Cassiopeia pick making it really hard to play these team fights out. As we were jumping into this replay as well, looked like Leo were heading towards the Baron. May well be picking this one up.
Yep, it is underway. 60k HP left. Lifetime is nearby. We'll be taking the Lantern. Kaplika trying to zone them out. Instead, they would more than enough damage to burst it before Lifetime even gets close to the pit. And yeah, this is looking rough for Rich Gang. Leo really powering through after what the game 1 looked like. And I don't know, this Rich Gang composition, while on paper seems good, something seems to go wrong constantly.
It does. Every single time they look for a play, somebody's out of position, somebody's not quite stepping far enough forwards, or they're too close to the enemies. Big damage coming through, right? Banner does some damage when he's able to hit the headshots. 3 items now completed, but it does all just feel Leo favored at the moment. And now with the Baron buff looking to knock on this tier 2 tower, they're going to pick this one up. They've got a push going on the bot side as well, and this is a ton of standing gold coming over to the side of Leo.
Meanwhile, Zeronix doing his best. It's honest work, getting some gold in response for his team, but they need to be afraid of the dive. Leo, fully capable of sending forward with a single pillar that is absolutely a huge hook onto Kaplisha. Gets rooted up and should be headshots coming his way. One more auto attack would have been it. Teleport behind. That's Zeronix coming in. Will try to get the kill. He's in the whole down. Zeronix will survive. Gets the Cassio ult out as well. Rest of the team now trying to keep him alive, but no, it's the turnaround from Leo. They are smelling blood. Shut down headshots once again, enough to melt the Trundle. Now 3 on 3. Into the brushes they must go if they want to keep this push going. Red Strike looking for those hooks. You can clearly see why this pick was locked in. He is the master of this champion.
And he's been finding some great death sentences, but it hasn't really been getting that much for the team. I do like the decision of the snap teleport right here. You are heading back to base right here, Zeronix, and you need to get yourself back into the team fight somewhere. Teleports in deep and makes it work. It's a 2 for 2 in the end, and that's a couple of Baron buffs taken off of their opponents. That's at least something for Rich Gang, but Leo can keep the pressure up right now, and they have been able to expand this gold lead out further and further.
Banner in a key position. You saw how much damage those headshots can do when the hooks line up, when the Tempered Fate... Like, the Tempered Fate, unironically, almost killed Kaplisha there. You use it to save people, but the Caitlyn makes using that ultimate way harder.
Trap underneath your feet, headshot, all of a sudden things can go really wrong for you, like you said, but at the same time, I don't know, Rich Gang, they just haven't been able to get a real footing into this game. Red Strike might now potentially be caught out.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Banner gets saved by the Lantern, but those moments are where your heart stops beating for a moment.
Yeah,
you do not want that to happen again.
Yeah, very much so. Now the push happening on the bottom side of the map. Completion obviously doesn't really have any Baron buff available for the squads. It's all fallen off now. They may well need to hold out until the next one is available. 2 minutes, 40 seconds until that is the case. Unless they can find just another potential gank. Rich Gang pushing into their own jungle right here. They need to be careful. They cannot afford to get caught right now as... Okay, Acronator, the one member tanky enough to be able to step up here. We might get a fight in this jungle as everybody begins to peel back. 40 seconds until the next Drake spawns. Soul point potentially for Leo. 3. Cloud Drake, Cloud Soul if they grab it.
Will be annoying to play against, to say the least. Now, the hook almost lands on the Xylex. Able to dodge away. They are looking for a Tempered Fate. Saves him for now, but here's the Caitlyn traps. A bunch of damage. Money Beast is hitting for free the entire time on the sideline. Then kiting backward. Here's the stun from Dovendir. Leo find the fight. Triple kill for Bunny Beast. They march forward. One last pillar to hold Red Strike in place as Dovendir goes over the wall on a magical journey. That's a quadra kill for Bunny Beast, Lifetime and Daisy. One champion, 2 bodies trying to hold on. Inhibitor tower falls. Inhibitor goes next. Trying to end the game. 15-second death timer on Zeronix would be able to help on the defense, but look at the towers. They are melting. Lifetime throwing CC as much as he can, but they are looking for it. Bunny Beast and Gang march through mid lane and secure themselves the win, sending Rich Gang down to the 0-2 bracket.
There we go. Leo, the only NLC team to lose in their first round of matchups, finally picked themselves up the win right here. I'll be honest, Carvis, after game number 1, I did not think that we were going to be sitting here this much further on. It was a 23-minute stomp out of Rich Gang in game 1, but they're just not able to pull it through in the next 2 games. Leo fight back, and in that one, Bunny Beast exploding onto the Rift.
Yeah, just great fight, I think. Like they honestly just came back. It's the most standard comeback story as we've ever seen, and we have an interview to ask more about it as Xylex, the mid laner from Leo, will be joining us. Hello, Xylex!
Hello, everybody!
Hello, hello.
What a series! What a series! Like, talk to me about how the team was feeling after the game 1. It really did not go your way.
I think we did it for content, so you have more to watch. Now, genuinely speaking, I think we had a really rough time getting into the game, getting into our flow. So it was just genuinely hard to start the game. But in second game, we kind of got the pace, and I think we saw that.
Yeah. Absolutely. Like, when I was watching the games, I felt like in game 1, both teams were kind of scouting their styles. You headed into the series with both teams having a loss. You guys losing to Volda and Rich Gang losing to, I believe, those Ruddy. So with you getting that 3 series against a regional team, heading into the series, did you think the stylistic approach would work? Like playing this style instead of the normal meta that we see with Camille and Shen and everything?
I think we tried the current meta a lot in scrims against a lot of teams. We scrim double block like twice a week, and it's just not us. Let's just say it like this: we're kind of not getting the mage bot lane meta. I think Bunny's just 10 times better on AD carries rather than AP carries. So we're kind of just still trying to find our way to play, but I think what we showed today is kind of what we want to go for.
And it looked significantly better, obviously, as we talked about, right? Game 1, not exactly ideal. How was the feeling going between Game 1 and Game 2, right? What were you guys talking about in between those matchups to get your heads back on straight and get ready for that second game?
Yeah, first of all, we took a break, obviously. We took a break, stood a bit up, walked. And then we talked about giraffes. We were curious on what sounds giraffes make. And that kind of was the topic of the break. And then we went into draft or talked about draft. So we were quite calm. Like we know we are a decent team. I know we can pull a lot off. but we just need to really find like our mojo in a series.
Absolutely. And hey, being calm, being relaxed, clearly working out for you guys. Specifically for you, you say the overall meta's a little bit weird, but how do you feel about the mid lane meta specifically for you? Do you think that it's fun? Do you like it? Or would you love things to go back 6 months?
I think the meta is quite diverse. You can play basically anything and it works. Especially any fighter, bruiser, any assassin is really good in the meta due to the supports roaming a lot. And it's just like fist fighting everywhere. I kind of like it, but I'm not the greatest control mage enjoyer, so maybe I'm the wrong person to ask.
That's fair enough.
And last but not least, personal question. I'm a former mid laner myself. I always do my research on my opponent's favorite picks and matchups. You pulled out the Echo counter pick to the Syndra.
Yeah.
And how good did it feel to beat another Echo player with the pick?
It felt amazing. Like, we had this draft scenario completely laid out for us that we want to go for the Echo if they go for the Syndra flex. And I don't know, I think it was Azuka, one of the LFL mid laners, and he completely stomped me in the matchup. He went like 15 kills in our scrim block. And after that, I was like, okay, I didn't want to say a bad word. But I said, okay, I'll spam Echo in solo queue. I think after that, I played like 15 Echo games. And yeah, it just felt amazing. I don't know, I had the time of my life in that game.
Yeah, we could clearly see it, and I think the team is having the time of their life. Thank you so much for joining us for the interview. Congratulations on the win, and we'll hope to see you again.
Thank you very much. You will see me again in another winner interview, because we're not losing anymore.
Hell yeah. Awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
The confidence. The confidence is all that you really need.
Brilliant.
We still have another series to go, Bloxer.
Yes.
We will
Yes,
be
we do.
taking a short break because I need to refill my water bottle.
Me too.
And we will be back with Sorby versus Broad and Friends. We'll be And welcome back. We are hot dropping in to the second series where Broad versus Sorby is ongoing as we speak. We are 30 minutes into the game. Broad, I believe, has tried to take Baron, and Sorby has stopped it.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at this game state right here, there are some really fed members in this game. Specifically, look at Grids. That is an insane Akali right now. 11, 2, and 2. Well on the way to that fourth item as well. Both of these teams right now clearly duking it out in one. A really close game as well. Would have loved to have been able to see the rest of it. Of course, with the previous game going to 3, we weren't quite able to. And now we have got some pretty big mountains to overcome right here for Broad if they want to be able to get into the pit and find a way to win this game.
This game is completely even. If we look at the like gold is practically even. Only one dragon separating the two teams, and it seems like Sorby has made a comeback when it comes to those. Has the 3 mountain dragons, but the Tristana on Sin is something that immediately catches my eye. This champion can snowball a team fight at a moment's notice. And even on the side lanes, you have to be careful because there is the Acker support Galio constantly shadowing things like Akranos.
Yeah, exactly. It's putting you in a pretty interesting position right here where if you've got a potential pick available to you as Sorby, all of a sudden Axe can come flying in, say no, for own tweak, they can arrive as well. And this is a squad with Broad that obviously I know pretty well over from the UKL. Sorby, slightly more of a unknown at the moment, in the Norwegian leagues obviously, but haven't really been able to see too much of them coming on in, other than in their, unfortunate loss that they ended up taking in the first round to the Arctic Pandas.
Yeah, Arctic Pandas simply popped off in those games. 17-3 on Lock, 10-2 on Victor. I watched that game because I am the Finnish representative. I had to do some Arctic Pandas research, but Sorby didn't look like, considering they lost 2-0, they didn't look bad, and I was looking forward to this series, just because, well, these are some very volatile drafts already coming in, and Galio support, one of the things that I wasn't expecting to see today. It's something that I've seen experimented with.
Yeah, it's been floating around in the edges of competitive, right? We've seen it a couple of times up in Tier 1 as well. Often we've been seeing it a lot more in the mid lane with the Camille supports at the moment, though that can be a really nice pairing that can kick off a very aggressive set of champions, top, jungle, and ADC. But at the moment, the support, it seems to be looking pretty good, right? Akers has been able to do really well for himself. Obviously, Akers swapping from the top lane into the support role recently, went from Ak Attack to Ak Defend for us, and at the moment seems to be doing a pretty good job of being able to defend his mates. Right now, sole point for Sorby. And looking to begin to set up around this 1 minute and a half until that's available. Obviously, the Baron, the other big thing to be looking at.
Grids now on the Akali, finds Akers, puts him low. Needs to be careful though, Sin fully stacking the E. This is the thing, where Akali, when you commit full cooldowns, you're going to have the limiter of your energy bar, you're going to have the limiter of your cooldowns, so now Sorby needs to back off for a moment. The Akali cannot pop Sin or Akranos when needed. And this lets them get this mid lane shove going, set up some more vision. 1 minute until the soul point.
And it's soul for Sorby if they're able to grab it. Soul point for Broad, so both teams heavily invested in picking this one up. Broad would love to grab themselves another one of these Drakes. They've clearly lost 3 on the bounce right here, and I don't know if their composition can overcome a Mountain Soul. Locke specifically would get wrecked by a Mountain Soul. That just takes away so much of your burst potential that this champion is all about. In fact, TP coming in from Akranos. He's looking to get back with the team as this fight could potentially kick off. Lego Man walking down from the top lane as well. We are so likely to get a full 5v5 brawl, and it'll be the first one of those that we've been able to see in this game at least.
Indeed, Broad does have the vision advantage. They needs to be careful going really far up. Tweak now looking for any sort of backline access. Lego Man ready to pop the Ragnarok if needed, just posturing, trying to buy time. Dragon now going to spawn. Lock stacking up the nails, needs to be careful. And it's really up to Dane to find the angle if they want to go for the hard engage. Flash has to go in. Curse trying to find the Akali. Goes into the Shroud. Now Victor focused in the back line. Dane takes out Tweak. And Renekton trying to keep the kite going. Ragnarok popped. Oh, the Curse trying to survive. No way. Look, goes in. Well, he doesn't have the damage. Almost gets a reset from Creds. And Sorby now trying to secure the soul. They have all the members that they need. Sin still alive, stayed on the back lines during that fight. Needs to go for the mid lane wave. Just no way that he can compensate.
He can't, unfortunately, in this situation. And Sin was doing some big damage right there, but just wasn't able to step up quite enough. Like I said, so close to potentially being able to find that next play as Akranos, but not quite going to come on through. And that's going to be the Baron going over. From what we got told about this game before we joined in, it looks like Sorby are going to mount a massive comeback into this game and make things work off of what was a throw around the Baron, we were told. So things looking bad for Broad, and I just don't know if they're going to be able to make this work. What did I say about Locke in the previous game? I just don't like this champion. I don't think that it works particularly well, and at this point in the game, it takes sort of miracle play to make it work well.
I'm not sure if it was the GA that messed things up when Dane just dove in. I think he took most of the damage that Broad was throwing at him. I wish we had a replay of that fight because it was slightly chaotic. These assassins tend to make it so. Everyone dashing back and forth. Now, Sorby just going to go on to the Baron. No way for Broad to really contest this. They might just give it away. Teleport coming in from Barone, but it is late.
So late. Do they fight here? Maybe you can fight and try to take a couple of the Baron buffs away.
There's a Cyclone from Tweak. Double Cyclones in on the backlines, trying to get auto attacks in. Dane holding up well with his ultimate. Barone getting focused down on the side of Sorby. They reset and take it backwards. Crid still has second ultimate to use. Just peels away.
Oh, the nails miss.
Yeah, not hitting the nails. Has to heal back up. Lego Man very low alongside the rest of the frontliners, but they got what they came for, which is the Baron plus an extra kill. Yep. Now they just need to close it out.
Indeed they do. Once again, Sin doing big damage as he often does, but just not able to step up far enough forwards. It's the joy of having that Crescent Guard available as Dane pops that one up. Nothing to be done as Sin, and the team fight works out off the back of the Baron. Now, with the Baron available to them, they've got a bunch of tier 2 towers left to try to take down. Some pretty low health ones as well in the mid and the top lane. Looking to crack open the bottom at the moment, putting a proper 1-3-1 on, or even a 1-2-2 in this situation. Dane does need to be careful, though.
That's the summoner heal. Bunch of movement speed gained, and goodbye to Dane. Not able to survive that, and now Lego Man needs to be careful as well. That's one Baron buff already gone. Of course, here's the Victor getting the shove in, but the rest of the Broad can turn this into a mid lane push. There is no... Lego Man does have the teleport up.
The collapse.
So this is going to be a sandwich. They have the teleport coming, most likely. Are they not committing to this?
No, they're not. They decide that it's not a good decision. Fred Spaghetti going to head back to base as well, and everybody just backs off in that situation. That's massive for Broad. They get a Baron buff off of somebody, they get a mid lane push and a tower, as well as the kill, and yeah, Sorby are still in control of this game just about, but they need to be careful to not allow Broad to sniff back into this one, because that was just a messy set of decisions out of Sorby. They don't set themselves up for a proper 1-3-1, or even just the usual 1-4 that we see from teams at the moment, and it costs them quite a bit.
Alert. Tristana is full of build. The Guardian Angel just popped into the inventory. Tweak going in, wants to get mad. Double Cyclone, CC'd up. He has to go golden. And there's the friends. They need to get this Victor out of there. It is not early enough. Gets dragged back in. Lego Man once more. The Ragnarok is going. Sin kills Crids on the other side of the fight. This is one-on-one between the jungler and ADC. Yeah, Sin is going to win that every single time. And Lego Man is the only one alive. They don't interrupt it, but now it is Olaf against the world. All they needed was the power of friendship, and they might be able to close this thing out 40 minutes into the game. I don't know what Lego Man can do here.
No, I mean, this is just one lonely Olaf right here. 30 seconds until the next respawning members out of Sorby. We only got to see the last 50 minutes of this one, but what a banger it has been, and Brod gonna come out on top.
Yep. And as they close out to Nexus Towers. Reminder, this is game 1. Again, those who are joining us now, we hot dropped into this game. So we haven't been able to talk about the teams, we haven't been able to talk about the series, and Brod is already 1 game up.
Oh, indeed, looking really nice right there for that pickup out of Brod. From what we heard, again, we'll recap what we heard going on into this game, because obviously we were looking at the end of that Rich Gang Leo series when the beginning of this one kicked on off. We heard that Brod got out to an early lead, they tried to take a Baron, they mess it up, they get aced, and all of a sudden Sorby are back into this one. Then we jump on into the game. And from that moment that we saw, you could tell that Sin was trying to put on his carry boots. He was putting himself into really aggressive situations, just about getting away with it multiple times, but not quite able to do the damage. It looked like all he needed was for his team to pick up 1 kill first, and then he's into the backline, killing the enemy jungler, and just ripping through his opponents. Really good right here from the UKL representatives.
And we hope to see more. Both of these teams have one loss already. We will get to talk about them more later, because we are going straight back into a break, and we'll be back with game 2 of the series. And welcome back. This time proper, we are heading into game 2 of Broad and Friends versus Sorby Esports, where we saw the last few moments of the game 1, where Broad ended up taking the win.
Indeed, we did. Over on the other side of things, DMG also being able to pick up their first win versus 2M. So lots going on across the entirety of the league. We'll have a roundup at the end of the day to tell you who won, who lost, and think about what's going on for the next rounds, because this is kind of the critical round, as we've been talking about. Both of these teams lost in the first round. Going down 0-2 puts you under huge pressure. Any remaining loss, not just in the next round, but going on forward, knocks you out of this tournament. And both of these teams are definitely going to have higher expectations. Broad up 1-0. Going to be feeling good going into this next game.
And again, we jumped into the series late. We didn't really get to talk how they came here. And Broad and Friends have huge expectations from me, just because they showed up against Bulldog, who 2-0'd Arctic Pandas
who
on
looked
Monday.
incredible versus the Pandas. We cannot understate just how good Bulldog looked versus the Pandas, specifically in Game 1. Game 2 was a little bit more back and forth, but they look like they're going to be competing for one of the top spots, right? And Broad, they held their own in that matchup.
Yeah. And meanwhile, on the side of Sorby, they played against Arctic Pandas themselves, and let's just say it didn't look too great. Simply kind of popped off in that series, and we didn't get too much data either. Sorby being one of the teams that we have the least data on, with their top lane being, I believe, a former jungler, and Dane in the jungle not having too much data of his own. No games played in the NLC previously, and so forth. So you are kind of playing against a team that could pull anything out, and you wouldn't be surprised.
Very, very much so. It's been really interesting researching some of these other National League teams. Obviously, I personally know Broad incredibly well. This is the majority of their lineups back that we've had for a long time out of these boys. And Broad, one of the longest standing organizations that we've had. Currently, though, not actually doing super hot in the UKEL. Actually lost 2-0 yesterday to Inari. And I was chatting with some of their guys, and, you know, they weren't feeling great about it, you know, just an unfortunate set of matches. So to come in here, at least pick up game number 1 on the NLC stage, has got to feel really good. And going into this next game, I'm going to be fascinated to see what they can pull out. Because Broad, the way that they play, if we'd be talking about this aggressive, just play all over the map, get in your opponent's face style, yeah, that's what Broad like to do.
Yeah. Meanwhile, on the side of Sorby, the player I'm looking at is Mads. Mads is insane. I think Elo is the best player on the team by far, and plays some of these mechanical AD carries that really fit the meta. Things like the Ezreal are where my eyes will be going. I also looked at their support Mickey, who has been practicing the meta champions, things like the Bard and the Shen. So compared to the initial series of the day, I think we may have more chaos today, and if anything is to tell by the game 1 15 minutes that we saw, this could be a bloodbath.
Very much so. It's really unfortunate that we are missing out onto what the pick ban was previously. It would have been really interesting to know who it was that got picked first, what the actual order for that entire game was, and what the bans were, because when you're thinking about specific bans for these guys, there's a lot that you need to take out at the moment, and if it's pulling you away from those meta standard bans, that's going to be really interesting to know. I wouldn't be surprised if we get to see something banned away from Akers, any of his standard pickups, his bards, his Camille's, like you've said, that he's been playing a lot of in the most recent bits of the meta. This guy can kind of do it all, though.
Yeah, and Akers, I believe, well, he's a former top laner, could probably play the Shen. It's a bunch of characters that uncharacteristically would fit the meta game here. One ban that is most likely going to happen every single time is Baron, being the Fiora main that he is. Who wants to play against the Fiora main in the top lane? Not me. Definitely not me. So that's most likely one ban gone every single game from Sorby.
Production are beautiful, and they have pulled through with a spreadsheet of all of the picks and bans that we got previously, and you are right. The ban away onto the Fiora, as we were expecting. Looks like the majority of the bans were pretty normal, other than we are still seeing Ivan bans, so this one clearly creeping up in the meta, something that we got to see in the previous matchup as well. And it didn't end up winning, but it still looked pretty interesting, still could have been pretty fun to see, so we'll see how much things are going to stay the same. It is just going to be this Fiora banaway, as we've been talking about, just the standard. You don't want to be playing up against a Fiora, especially not a Fiora from the UKL. We've got some pretty good ones of those.
Yeah. And this Gragas is a target ban straight towards the top lane, Legoman being a former Gragas main. And one of those champions that can really kind of neutralize a lane. So if you're looking to outplay Esperone, you don't want to deal with that champion. Another target ban with the Ezreal towards Mads. All of these are mostly repeat bans from game 1 from my quick look at the picture.
Yeah, indeed. This is pretty much going through the same set of things. It's just going to be the Rumble slammed instantaneously right here. Now, we've seen a lot of Rumbles picked up early on. You love to pair it up alongside other just front-to-back team fighters if you can get them. The Orianna available, don't think that was picked in the previous game. The Jarvan as well, one of my favorite combos to put alongside this. Lock somebody inside of that Cataclysm, burn them to death. It can make team fights really easy.
There's also things like Rel, if you want to go the engage support combo route
gorgeous.
that pair up well with the champion. Obviously, Broad knows this as well, so they're going to take away the Jarvan. It plays surprisingly well into the Rumble as well. So, could be some topside pressure coming Legoman's way as they're figuring out the second champion. I'm trying to look if is there any priority picks. Things like Camille and Shen. Camille was picked, so Shen would be the main roaming support alongside Bard.
Indeed, it would be. It's just going to be this Syndra locked in right here. Now, the Syndra and the Jarvan together, again, standard team fighting, what we expect coming through from Broad. What comes into the top lane is going to be really interesting. We've seen a ton of just the basic matchup between the Cassante and the Rumble. You don't necessarily want to be picking yourself into that unless you're pretty good at this matchup overall. But Barone, I think he's more likely to take something extra aggressive in the top lane. He likes to take it to his opponents as much as possible. Something like the Zahen, even something like the Jax if you want to play really risky, although not your ideal matchup into the Rumble.
Speaking of super aggressive, what the dog doing? Finally on the Rift, stayed open on during the entire series.
How?
I have no idea how. Paired up with another dive buddy. If this Ahri gets locked in, I would expect something like this to be the choice, just because, well, Jarvan is Jarvan. Again, if Jarvan doesn't get too ahead, squishy champion, surprisingly squishy, does not build too many resistances if he does not, like, spec into it, but then you lose the backline damage and access that Jarvan offers, so volatility has been increased going in this game too.
Very much has been in this situation. It is just going to be this Sivir locked in as well out of Broad. So they have told us exactly what they are looking to play around. They want these front-to-back basic team fights. The Syndra not necessarily the best in-class mid laner for that, but still absolutely fine. Gives you some of that non-committal engage that you can play around, and some extra safety as well for both you and your other backline squishies with that Scatter the Weak. So for Broad, they're just going to want to take out as much backline dive access as they can, and the bot lane is going to be really interesting for that, right? We've seen all of these different pickups out of the mids, out of the bot lanes and supports, but in terms of things that are particularly good for that, Mickey doesn't really play them. Mickey's much more in the standard enchanters for his bot side of the map, which isn't exactly what you want to be playing into this composition. You need, as a support, to be a part of the dive.
So it is, I think, a substitution. There is Fred Spaghetti.
Fred Spaghetti, yes. Who does play more of the aggressive engage divers, yes.
Yes. So, still talking the AD carry pool, where... what do you even ban out here? Against Sivir lanes, I guess Jhin would make sense. Something that came to my mind is... well, Ashe Seraphine would be something that they could have played, but you really want to go for an engage duo. Banning out the Nautilus is interesting. That would make Kai'Sa Rel something that they could consider.
And I'd like that. When we're talking about going in, diving potential, that could be really fun. I'd also really like the Shen in this situation. I think the Shen does really well alongside the Neferia and the Ahri. That's a ton of roam potential. You can join up with the rest of the map. That would require you to have a pretty safe ADC available to you, which a lot of those have been taken away. You do still have things like the Caitlyn, which can sit quite far back, as well as the Xayah, although I'm not sure that the Xayah works so well with this overall composition.
Okay, well, that is a Rumble counterpick. Alright,
Sure.
Yunara
Yeah, I guess it must be in this
Who
situation.
needs CC? Death is the best CC.
Yeah, that's true. They cannot hit you if they are dead, although I do not love the Yunara in this situation. You want more setup for the Yunara usually, more CC, but the champion does have plenty of its own once you pop that ulti. Not necessarily the easiest game to play for it, but it will be set up for success later on in the game. For Brod, standard kind of draft, although it'd be interesting to see how much Barone's going to be joining up with the rest of the squad or getting involved with these team fights. We've kind of seen both in competitive. You usually do have to join up, and they are just going to take themselves some
that's a Pantheon support.
Pantheon support, yeah, some heavy aggression into the bot lane. Pantheon Sivir support.
Pantheon into Lulu is also...
Pantheon likes to go in, Sivir wants to sit back. The poke damage is really strong between this duo. The poke damage overall for both of these compositions can be pretty strong, but Brod definitely can play into this one. Boy howdy, I love having a polymorph here.
We watched an entire series of standard play. We forgot what meta it is. This Pantheon is not gonna play with the Simper. This Pantheon is going to haul ass into the mid lane. Like,
yep.
this Ahri will be playing 1 versus 2.
Yep, indeed. This is, wow, not exactly the drafts that I was expecting coming in. Quite standard, actually, from Brod, other than this Pantheon support, although if anybody was going to pull something wild out, it was going to be Akka's former top laner, moved down into the support role, still has that dog in him when it comes to going for fights. But like I was saying, I would love to be Sorby right now with a polymorph, right? You're Jarvan jumping in, nope. Pantheon jump, nope. You just get to stop both of those champions from playing very well. Still, the actual front-to-back team fighting from Brod is really strong. They just have to be very careful not to get picked off before these fights start, and they have to get the backline access. If this Yunara is just sitting and hitting, this game is not going to go well for them.
Again, we can talk about this more when the game starts. We should be right about ready to go in. But what do you think? Can Sorby use the Death CC ability to straight up 5v5, or do they need to play the vision game and go for flanks instead?
I would like some flanks. I think that the charm is going to be your main tool as Sorby to make these team fights work. Now, it's going to be a little bit tricky to potentially find onto the main targets. You know, obviously the Sivir got that spell shield, which is pretty annoying to deal with. Same sort of thing with the Scatter the Weak out of the Syndra. But I actually think there's a real opportunity here for Sorby to catch whenever you have Barone roaming down to get involved in these fights. Because Barone's going to want to sit in the side lane, whichever that may be, as much as possible, and then look to join team fights late. And if he's ever walking rather than teleporting in, that's a real opportunity for Krids and the remaining members of Sorby to pick him off and then make themselves into 4v5 situations as a way to find more success with this composition.
So it really does come down to survivability. So when we have established this, where does the Yorick on the side lane fit in?
Well, I'll be honest, I'm not a big fan of this champion just in general in competitive. It's been really prominent over the course of the last year and a half, and obviously with the pleasure of getting to do some LPL games, I've seen some incredibly high-level performances on this champion. Bin has been wrecking kids on it for a while now. I think he's back. He walked off. I don't even know what he's been up to recently. But unless you're Bin, I don't know how much I enjoy watching other people play this, because the balance line is really tricky to walk between being in the lanes and actually joining up for the 5v5s. And looking at the composition Sorby have, you can't afford to not have an extra champion there. Just the health bar of the Yorick is going to be completely necessary when you are actually doing those team fights. And you've got to be very tricky not to just leave this Yorick alone too much. People think, oh, it's Yorick, it's going to split push. If the Yorick isn't far enough ahead, if you don't have an extra item over your opponents, really, he doesn't actually take towers quickly enough to be useful on the split push, and then doesn't bring anything to the team fight. He isn't a champion you can just ignore.
Yeah, at least the matchup's great. When you think about Rumble counter picks, Rumble, by miles, one of the best blind picks in the entire game, alongside with things like the Renekton, always useful. However, a couple of matchups come to mind, Yorick being the most annoying one out of all of them, so it will be up to Barone to get the advantage, because if he doesn't, it could spell trouble.
Definitely could, and I'm willing to see it, right? I've got a lot of time for these Brod boys and what they've been able to pull out in recent games. Still, I am a little bit worried, because what have we seen throughout the entirety of this split so far in the NLC Carvis? The team that takes it to their opponents the most, that plays the highest pace of the game, tends to win these, and that is definitely on Sorby's side.
We'll get to see the pace of the game as we head into game 2 of the series. And where do we see Akers? Oh no. Lego Man, you don't want to be there! That's the flash gone already! What season is this? Season 1? Hello?
Well,
League,
what were we just talking about? This Yorick can't just be left alone, so getting that flash out of Lego Man already gonna be a really nice start, and more than early enough, you're only gonna miss out onto a tiny little bit of XP walking back to this lane at this point. More than happy enough, because roaming's still going to be the name of the game. And that's actually something that's going to be really interesting to track as we go further on. Obviously, the Lulu can roam around, but Lulu Yanara, you kind of want to be attached at the hip for the most part. Sin, being left alone though, how much survivability does he have, already having to blow the flash? So that's flash for flash off of that top lane roam out of Akers.
Probably expecting the enemy support to be on the roam as well, considering what we just saw on the top side of the map. Instead, Lulu, being a former Lulu main myself, has one of the highest DPSs to a single target.
Hey, Carvis, you've said that about 3 different champions today. What haven't you mained?
Those are the ones, actually.
We've hit them all! Wow.
We've gone through
Let's
every
go.
single one.
That's incredible.
So, yeah, and I'm a mid laner as well, and we've said Lulu, Echo, and what was the third one? Can't even remember anymore. I think it was Jace or something. Anyway, back to the game. The bot lane matchup, I think, will be interesting to look, because Akers doesn't want to be here.
No.
And Mads and Fred want to make it so that Akers can't leave.
Yes, this is exactly what we were talking about just before that initial play comes on to Sin, where you want to be away from the lane as much as possible, but can you afford it, right? The Sivir is one of the safer ADCs, but not the safest overall. Decent wave clear for when she is pushed underneath the tower, but doesn't have that many tools to get away from a dive. And speaking of dives, that's an Neferi over on the other side of the map for Dane. One of the best champions in the entire game when it comes to making dives happen.
Yeah, having that tower aggro reset, so useful when punishing a squishy. Like, normally you'd see Elise do this back in the day. But having an AD assassin instead of an AP assassin that doesn't really need to land an ability to deal the damage, you just need to get the Q or an E in. Neferi, something to be afraid of if your name is Broad Sin.
Yeah, very, very much so. It puts you in a spot where, I mean, where are you going to find your angles to roam away? Can you afford to do that? And how useful are you going to be without that coming on through? Tweak, recalling in that dot brush in the top side of the map. Looks like he's not going to go for any kind of gank onto Lego Man, despite the fact that Lego Man is flashless at the moment. Actually, he now can go in as Lego Man steps up. Now, he's not going to be able to pick up this kill. Doesn't have enough damage just by himself, but still, big damage coming on.
No flash
no
Sin. Ooh, that's just
Oh.
first blood. Mads and Fred Spaghetti showing the aggression that Yunara lanes can show. Meanwhile, on the top side of the map, Lego Man, you have you tried putting bricks in front of that combo? Does that work?
I mean, he's now just getting harassed about at this point. Still, this is quite a while that Tweak has now spent top lane, and he might get this, recall cancelled. If he had of, that would have really put him behind in terms of the tempo, but I think we got our answer, Carvis. Akers roams away for about 4 seconds.
Is Fred dead? It's very close. Could have used Flash Q to try and fish for it, but doesn't commit. Instead, make sure that Sin will get full resources over this wave and the one incoming. Only Mads can't pressure Sin enough. Yunara needs to level 6 before she can actively start 1v1ing herself.
Very much so, and when we look at these compositions in terms of the scaling, you don't need to worry too much as Broad early on, right? Both your Syndra and your Sivir happy to sit back, let the game come to them just a little bit. The Jarvan and the Pantheon, sure, you'd like to get something going early on, but it isn't completely necessary for that to happen. Akers potentially looking for a lane gank right here onto Legoman, sitting quite far back, but Legoman, he sniffs that something is up. He's not getting anywhere nearby here.
Here's the cage, but no, not enough distance. It has a fairly short cast range, so like a man with the extra movement speed going into overheat, just able to run away.
Just turns back around and gets himself out of dodge right there. And lots of early aggression out of Broad. As much as we were talking about, hey, Broad don't necessarily need to kick the game into gear, doesn't look like they're going to take that line, instead wanting to make things happen as much as possible. We'll see if Tweak's able to get himself involved as he once again goes top lane. I mean, Lego Man, he is getting camped to heck right now. Holy.
And by a different champion every single time.
Yeah.
Akranos having the time of his life battling against Crid, just looking as the team is running around the map around him.
Tweak not going to be able to find this play once again, and he's spent a lot of time top lane for not a lot. And the response out of Sorby, really good from them. That's just going to start up this Drake. Chemtech Drake, not an ideal Drake to get as an individual. It's not the biggest of all of the Drakes, but still going to be nice. And we'll see if they can get some Drake stacking through. Because as much as we're talking about the, good scaling coming through from Brod, they've got some good scaling of their own. Of course, the Yunara gets super strong later on, but really, they want to be playing around those level 6 spikes.
Indeed so. Akers saying, you are not level 6 yet, I will press my abilities. Sin getting hopped on, that's level 6 for Mads! Pressuring the bot lane, and they spot Tweak from the ward. They have Dane in the foyers watching, trying to see if there's a 3v3 coming. Okay, just uses the ult, shove the wave in, gets a free recall. The bot side is still under pressure though. Tweak is level 6, has the Cataclysm, has Flash. Mads, no mana to speak of either, so they could be in trouble if they try to defend this. Akranos also joining in if this is a fight they want to take. Just use the Cataclysm onto Fred's baguette, will take some damage here, but Akers falls low. Dane is here.
What a mess.
Loses ult on Akranos. Crid's over the wall. Nice E from Akers. Stops most of the damage coming in, but Sin is super low. Has to flash over the wall. Crid might follow alongside Dane. Has the movement speed. The Q finishes all the kill, and that's the first reset the rest of the team far away enough to get away.
And this is something we've unfortunately seen quite a lot from Brod, just getting over-aggressive, thinking that they can make this play happen, but it's just split decision-making. Tweak going in onto Fred Spaghetti, and Akers not quite finding his lockdown either. And the fact that it's so telegraphed as well, Crid's able to roam his way on down, getting himself that kill as well. Really nice for the Ahri, exactly what you're looking for to kick this game off. We talked about those level 6 spikes, and Sorby already making it work.
By the way, I love giving individual players props when I see it. Every single time we've panned the camera to mid with Crids and Akranos being there, Crids has dodged the scatter the weak Q.
Yep.
Every single one seems to be going wide, and that is not easy to do at this level.
Absolutely, it's not. Just has been able to keep himself as safe as possible, and if you have a couple of those land, right, if you get stunned up there, Akranos could potentially look for a kill, also has got the unleashed power now. As we see the grubs, Dane going to be able to pick up the first one. Brod looking to get back onto these as Tweak having to sprint on over from mid lane. He's going to be a little bit late to this play. Still, Sorby recognizing that this probably isn't the time to stick around, instead backing off.
Neither support level 6 yet. Usually you see the support stick to level 4 even for quite some time, but these two both would want to unlock their support. Whoa, Glitterlands! So I know the supports don't max it, but it deals a hefty chunk of damage.
Yeah, it definitely does in this situation, right? And you need to be pretty careful not to have that one taken away. It does indeed fall, so it's going to be 2 grubs going over to Brod to the 1 for Sorby. Nothing too much in that situation, as we've seen this level 6 come through for Tweak now. Hasn't really been able to get anything going at this point. That bot lane play didn't work out for them. Just waiting on Akers ticking over to level 6. He's got to be close to it, of course, but with all of the time spent roaming, he is behind on levels. He's not going to get it before this recall. And so all of that power that Brod need out of this composition, not quite online.
Waiting room. It is. Akers soon done with his own waiting room. Level 6 should be coming from this wave if my math is correct. And I think the Yorick is something that also has his waiting room time about to end, because the Trinity Falls is where this character starts to really, really be annoying.
Absolutely, you can see already getting some turret plating, a decent chunk of CS up as well, although of course Legoman still does have this wave to pick up for himself. But so far, looking good for the Yorick, and that's one of the power points that we needed to see out of Brod. Over on the other side of things though, Mads at this point has got himself that Kraken Slayer completed and is up by about 20 CS. Sin has just been put down so far in this game, and it was Sin on the Tristana in the previous game that was finally able to carry Brod to the victory.
Still, no carry determined yet for this game. First items starting to come through. More earlier for Sorby than the rest of Broad. But Ari with the Malignance and Mads with the Kraken Slayer, they can look for something. Akers, of course, just making sure that the mid lane gets the base in peace. But that means that bot side has a moment.
Top lane.
There's plays going on both sides of the map. Yep, top lane, that's Akers with the ultimate. Going in for the dive.
There we go, that kill going to come on through, and Sorby trying to get a response down onto the bottom side of the map, but just not going to come through. And look at this, unless Krids decides to teleport top lane, this is going to be a huge wave getting pushed underneath this tower. This should be the full tower going on down for Barone. We talked about how this Yorick wasn't necessarily my favourite pick, but so far, looking pretty good for Broad.
I mean, Legoman has just been pressured out of the game. Considering how many times this Rumble has gotten ganked, I'm impressed that he has the 83 CS. I think that number should be way lower. And that speaks the amount of skill that Legoman has put into staying safe on the lane. They don't even lose the entire tower. However, with this Trinity Force buy, they need to do something about Barone eventually.
Yes, they do. I'd also like to put some praise onto Akers right here. His first ulti working out great for the squad. It took him a while to get to that level 6, but was instantly able to use that Grand Starfall to some pretty great effect, and now we could see a repeat gank. Tweak now looking to get involved in the top lane action. Legoman does have his flash available, so it's a bit of a hard gank.
Yeah, the Cataclysm is there, uses it. We are on the wrong side of the map. Camera! Flash from Legoman.
There we go. He's just going to be able to walk that one back out.
And now we have a dive on the bot side. Stun goes wide. Fred's baguette just dodges away. Mads and Fred actually want to keep this going because Krids is here. Sin getting critted down. Nice sidestep on the beam, but Akers flashing on the wall. Finds himself a dog. Hello. Killer goes over to Krids.
Indeed they do, and Sorby, once again, grabbing themselves some more kills in this game, and being able to jump out to any kind of gold lead for themselves because of all that pressure in the top lane. Still going to be very happy with this one so far, as Krids takes a big chunk of damage right here. Holy, yep. I mean, Akranos doing big things at the moment.
Unleashed power used in the mid lane. Krids forced to flash underneath the tower. Does not
TP
die,
bot lane?
but there's a TP coming down in bot lane. They want to punish this extended play. Barone has the cage, flashes up, so yeah, the slows. They can't reach them. Cataclysm, both cages go wide. Can't secure anyone. May get tower pressure afterwards, but this is a lot of resources used for Broad.
It really is. I mean, like you said, they do get something of the tower right here. Don't think they're even going to get that next tower plating, and gives Legoman a little bit of time to be alone in this top play and get himself back into the game potentially. That was all 5 members of Broad being roamed down into the bottom side of the map. Right now, looks like Sorby going to have a bit of control over this one. Akers, though, keep stepping up. They potentially want to dive here, which I think is a bit rich.
The Nafiri does have the W button unlocked. Yes, there we go. Just gets out of Scott. No way that dive is happening.
No, absolutely not. That dive just not going to work at all. And again, some attempted plays in the top lane as well. As we've been talking about, right, the first item power spikes for Sorby are really, really strong. Dane now got his cycle completed, so this dog is going to hurt. Same thing for Krids as well, now that he's got himself that Malignance. Can just get really aggressive in this game. Still, for Broad, they do want to keep fighting back. Importantly, they've lost the first 2 Drakes of the game. They do not want to allow that full Drake stacking to come on through, otherwise the pace of the game is going to accelerate out of their reach. So in 2 minutes' time, that's going to be a critical fight for them.
Absolutely. Another interesting dynamic to think about is that the gold lead currently does stand in the way of Broad being ahead by 1k. However, most of the lead is in the hands of Barone on the Yorick, who won't be participating in team fights too often. He will be most likely sticking to the side lane, keeping Legoman away, and that does give Krids and Mads some time to try and flex their power spikes.
Indeed it does, but at the same time, right, as much as those flower spikes will be coming on through, and at this point they are pretty strong,
oh, no,
Broad are still making things happen, and yeah, this should just be a kill. Good flash from Dane.
Yep,
Nope.
still trying to stay alive. Unleash power, enough, more than enough even to get the kill. Now Lego Man is the one that is the target. We are diving 2 towers deep underneath the inhibitor tower. Teleport from Creds. He will be joining the fray. Akers will die. The rest of the team coming in from the jungle. Arachnos linking up. Crid still has a dash left, but will be stuck in the cage now. Can't get out. Full combo, sending it. Mads jumps over the wall. Full auto attacks coming, but no way to stick to the enemies. Nice slow from Barone.
Oh, Mads is still going in though, right? Is able to land another chunk of damage, and the members of Broad having to turn tail and run. That was super risky for the Broad members, going a little bit deep potentially, but Solby don't get anything back. And Broad, they've now started to jump out to a 2,000 gold lead. And what we talked about earlier, how the Yorick needs some help early on, well, he gets it with that initial gank onto Akers at the very start of the game. And that is where so much of this gold lead is sat right now. The Drake we talked about being so critical, started up by Broad.
Teleport from Akronos also down on the bot side of this river. I don't think Dane has a way to contest this. They can try to get a pick if there's a wish. Instead, looking to crack the mid lane tower. A great stun on the 3 people. Just make sure that the rotation goes well. And again, it's so hard to commit to anything here. They can take away some jungle camps, but Broad is perfectly fine just defending this mid-outer tower.
Indeed, they are, and at this point they've done a really good job so far of being able to just feed as many towers into the back pocket of this Yorick as possible, able to take the full top lane tower, full bot lane tower as well, and now pushing on to threaten to this tier 2. There's the responses coming through from Lego Man, and they're going to be able to grab the Rift Herald. Let's see where the Rift Herald goes down. They could just chuck it top if they want to immediately get a tower back, but you would love to see it into the mid lane, really. That tower already low enough that they would be able to crack it.
Trying to, well, plays are attempted to
dive
be I'm trying to think, like, is this a dive they can do? Lego Man does have flash, has the equalizer as well, hops back underneath the tower. Just a flash from Barone to make sure he doesn't burn too much from the equalizer, and that tower should be gone. The Maiden. Okay.
Not quite, not quite. He doesn't know where everybody else is. Everybody has disappeared off of the top side of the map out of Sorby, and so I can understand it from Bro. We know, obviously, with our God vision, that he would have had enough time to take that tower and get out, but I can understand not throwing everything away in that situation, especially when he's got a little bit of a shutdown on top of his head as well.
True. Good safe play from the Broad top laner. Meanwhile, speaking of safe play, only one dying on the side of Sorby is Lego Man, with a ton of resources being committed his way. Mads and Crids still
Akers?
doing well. Akers, where are you, my dude? You are way behind enemy lines. That's a flash over the wall. We'll stay alive, but
that's a big flash, though.
Yeah,
that flash stun is everything to this champion.
Flash W. I'm thinking, yeah, they can still hard force with Java, but he still wants to have Akers there with him. Now it's Tweak's turn. Speak of the flash, and it shall be removed, and more so, the life will also be gone. That is a shutdown and a jungler gone, and they can keep this going. Mid lane tower now under attack.
Yeah, that's going to be the mid lane tower going on down right here. Broad just making 2 slightly boneheaded mistakes, getting caught out still. Let's see if we get the second charge off. Indeed, they do. They ain't going to be able to jump back away. And that's a big injection of gold to Sorby. They really needed that in this situation. Could now turn around and try to get a pick onto Barone. Barone realizing this will have to back off from the bot lane once again. There's nothing else to pick up from this, right? It's not like you lose this and the Drake, lose this and a Baron, so it's not the end of the world for Broad. But if they want to win this series 2-0, they need to make sure they don't make mistakes like that.
Yeah. I mean, they have a easy pressure condition in Barone. They don't really need to be there to set up that early. They just need to wait for Sorby to commit to dealing with the problem that has been falling on the top side of the map.
It's just continuing on in this situation, right?
We're starting to sound like like a broken record, but every single time when we look what is the play forming around, it's either Lego Man being the unfortunate rumble that he is, having no mobility, or there's a man advantage due to, well, not ult to play with.
Exactly, and it is just going to keep on going through, although as we jump into the mid-game right here, Baron now available. And this is where you're looking for these proper team fights coming on in. Second item not quite completed onto Sin. He really needs that to start competing. Whereas on the other side, Mads, he's online at this point. Yes, the Inari gets stronger and stronger later on, but with the Phantom Dancer and the Kraken in the inventory, he can start making these team fights work. Same thing with Crids, Shadow Flame, Malignant. He's in a spot to look for those charms, try to pick a member off, and Brod, they're respecting this right now, sitting so far back. Teleport onto the top side of the map coming through, just to try desperately to stop these towers from being mauled down, but you've already lost half of it to Barone. He is playing the map really well right now.
It feels like Crids really wanted the flank. He had a great timing window, going all the way from Wolves to catch any rotations out. But the members are really, really hard to catch on the side of Broad. And now with the Yorick teleporting in as well, they have a frontliner now.
Indeed, they do, and a surprising amount of healing could come through onto this Yorick as well. Big damage with the Maiden too. The Ocean Drake, obviously, big here. Why?
Being focused down, Dane has to instantly pop the W, and Broad punish. They dive in, but here's Crids trying to fight on two fronts once again. Tweak goes backwards, and Broad are synced up. Sin goes wild, gets a ton of kills, and the dragon will follow.
Why? I can understand wanting to kill Akranos right here, but Scat of the Week was always going to come out. Yes, the Neferi, one of the most annoying champions to actually get a kill, but just leaping him with the call of the pack there, way over aggressive. And Barone being here as well splits this team fight back up. There's low health bars on Broad, but they get away with murder in that one. Although Barone might have stepped too close to the sun. Nope, actually, he has got himself that morning mist and just walks away.
Yep. Annoying part of playing against the Yorick cage. You use your dash, you have to auto-attack it. If you're an ADC, there's your damage.
Yep, indeed. It's super frustrating to try to deal with. And I mean, the double cage combo that we've got right here, we didn't even get to see it in that previous team fight because it was so split up. And everything that had looked okay for Sorby throughout the early stages of this game beginning to fall away. The gold deficit still only about 3,000. It's nothing major, but so much of it is concentrated right now onto the top lane that they're just getting pulled around the map. And Brod showing us some really good macro at the moment, making this work.
Now, Akranos waiting on the top side of the map. Rest of the team rotating there as well. Akras does not have his ult up just yet, but with the Yorick, they can once again establish side lane pressure. Lego Man, he's just committing the equalizer to make sure that this team has as much time as possible to deal with this pressure that is being formed.
Yeah, that's just sad to see at this point, unfortunately. Lego Man really is just kind of getting pushed around. Barone can just walk up and, yep, boop, right onto this tower. Now, yeah, Lego Man needs to flash away. Teleport coming in as well. If you're Broad, surely you just send it straight at the Baron.
Yeah, they're
Barone's
already walking
dead.
that way.
Go Baron.
Now it's just about how long can Barone survive. He did so much damage! One more Q would have been it for Crids. And the rest of the team now engaging. They found Fred Spaghetti trying to get vision around the Baron area. They actually didn't commit to the objective. And now, Mads, with the ult popped, they want to get mid lane priority. They want to protect this area. Just make sure that the enemy
Lego Man
gets
stunned.
nothing. Lego Man stunned up and picked off Akranos. Happy to take that one. And it's just small mispositionings that get the spoilage. And now it's Mads' time to make the mistake. Akranos with another great stun.
Gorgeous right there. Yeah, the Scat of the Week's coming through multiple times. Barone as well, now going to be respawning in 5 seconds' time. He can teleport in to come join his team for this Baron play, or he could just teleport bot lane and split the map, make it a choice for his opponents. You do obviously still have Dane up and available, and the Neferi pretty good at getting into the pit to try and make steals happen.
Yep, Dane.
Oh, another one!
Oh, there's another stun. Akranos goes golden. Neferi ult. Damage has been stopped, but Tweak goes deep. They're stuck in the cage. Fred is dead again. Dane has to retreat out, and now with Legoman there's no fight anymore. The equalizer is not able to be used. It's another critical teleport gone, because now if Aaron goes down to the bot side, you're in trouble.
Indeed they do, and I can understand as well, though, Brod's hesitancy to go and actually start the Baron up at this point. We didn't get to see it in the previous game, but we got told that what had gone wrong for Brod in the previous one, and what made it so it was very nearly a Sorby win, was them getting aced around a Baron fight that they took for themselves. So they're playing this one a little bit more carefully. And all of a sudden, after, as you highlighted earlier on, Akranos wasn't hitting a lot of his Scatter the Weeks, he has become a sniper with these all of a sudden.
And I guess that's the calibration ease. You do those in the laning phase, and then you hit every single one right after. Dane, again, just tries to get this fight.
Mistimed the charm. If Crids times the charm just a millisecond later, it hits straight onto Akranos, and that fight is, if not won, significantly better for Sorby, but instead just a slight mistiming, and that may well have been one of the better times available to try to pick up that kill. That was the Arm Guard. Now you've got the Zhonyas to be dealing with from Akranos as well. This guy, 10 stacks on his Dark Seal. He is a mauler at the moment.
Bloxer, look at this gambit. Ari's on the bot side of the map with no teleports, shadowing the Rumble. They wanted to get something going here, but now they have to deal with the push, and they are also dealing with Lego Man. Equalizer goes down, but that is too late, and your inhibitor tower is more than likely gone.
Yeah, the Gambit does not work out. They're not going to be able to grab the inhibitor in this situation. We'll just turn around and walk back away. But you're going to be more than happy with that one. And now you've got all of that push in the top side of the map. You can peel back onto the Baron kind of at any point you want as Brod, first and foremost, grab themselves this Drake. It will be Soul Point for Brod and friends. It'll take Soul Point away from Sorby. And there's kind of nothing they can do. They're just going to go straight towards the Baron. I think this is the correct decision. Barone does have a TP, though, if he needs to go over.
I think I saw a blue trinket ward inside.
They know it's happening. They know it's happening. Yeah.
And they have a ton of movement speed on the hunt available for Sin. It's only a 10k. Mats just doesn't have the damage yet. Crids and Fred on nearby to slow down the approach. But Mads is so low. Here's the flash from Barone. It's 1k. Blue team gets it. They secure it. But now they are on the run. Brod and every single one of the pals are chasing down the rest of Sorby. Mads just clears the wave, knows that his life is forfeit. And now Barone is there with his maiden. Will secure the inhibitor, but with the reset, Sorby has Baron. Now they can hold on for a while.
You can indeed, but Carvers, look at the champions they're holding on with, right? Like, this is not like, oh, don't worry, the scaling of Ari's gonna come on through, right? You could say, okay, the Yanara, right? And the Yanara does really hurt. You saw Akranos just have to use his Zhonya's. He can't 1v1 unless he lands the full stun, full burst combo out with the ulti. But that is one member who has a ton of scaling available to you. Whereas on the other side of things, Barone's just been getting stronger and stronger. This Syndra is mauling through people. Sin as well, very close to having 4 items completed and getting that 4-item dream that you think about as a Sivir player. Holding on for longer and longer from Sorby, it increases the chances that Brod will make a mistake at some point, but it's not like they've got a specific breakpoint that they're waiting on.
Sorby needs to figure something out. They are shoving in the waves, buying themselves more time to get into position in case they find an angle to defend at. 3 minutes is the timer for the soul, so again, more than enough time to just play the map, get some resource to Yunara, who is probably the most important member. Sin really far up. Here's Dane, tries to get the Sivir, flashes forward, dodged by Sin, and the jungler's gone, and there goes your assassination.
Indeed, it does. Now, there's no real objective to be able to pick up on the map, so instead, just looking to push on through. Crid's got a bit of a flank going on, but I think he's just going to have to teleport back out of this situation. And now you've got yourself this 1-4 being set up. Barone pushing through the bottom lane. Cannot be killed by just one member. Needs multiple to come through. Yep, Sniper coming on in, and that is just going to be the kill with the Unleash power.
2 critical deaths while the push has been set up. Brod have all the tools they need to get the inhibitors down. Crids and the rest of the team are trying to get Baron off of this tower, even committing multiple ultimates to clear the wave. But meanwhile, in the mid lane, Sin is trying to get the other towers down. With no ultimates, Sorby has a hard time defending this.
Indeed they do. It's going to be really tricky. Still, with the Baron buff available to them, it will cut this push through from Broad. They're going to have to turn around, reset a little bit. Minute and 50 seconds until the next Drake will spawn. It would be Soul. Full Ocean Dragon, Ocean Soul for Broad if they're able to pick this one up. But more importantly for them, 3 minutes until the Baron is up. If they can't end the game before then, that will be the final piece of their puzzle. At this point, Broad, they've done all the hard work. They've got everybody online that they need to. They are just looking to cross T's, dot I's, and take the final Nexus.
One last fight is still there for Sorby, and we've yet to see a full-on 5-on-5. Their equalizer, as previously mentioned, always useful. Will melt a carry if they stand in it. It's just, can they find the angle? They haven't had the initiative even once in this game. You could call it initiative that Dane presses ultimate on someone, but it's not really that go button. It's more of that you're gonna have to burn some resources for the button.
It's just the charm. That's the go button. As actually Tweak jumping on in right here. Lego Man having to flash away again. He has had himself a pretty miserable game overall. At least has the arm guard to potentially survive the next bit of initial engage, but the time's ticking away. 40 seconds now until this Drake will spawn. Full resets coming out of Sorby. They're looking to contest this one. If they step too far forwards, if they don't make this team fight work perfectly low, this will be the end of the game.
25 seconds. Full bot side vision for Broad. Multiple control wards. Sorby's just hard committing to this mid lane push. They want to play from the enemy side of the map, so they have the vision advantage. But Lego Man almost face checks the brush. There's a Yorick coming right behind them. They are trying to pop the Rumble. Doesn't even get the Seekers off. Dane's half HP as well. Cringe is diving in, doing as much damage as he can. But here's the dashes. Double kill for Sin. Mads and Fred away from the team. They don't care. Trying to turn it around. Just get at least one kill. Seems like an impossible task. Fred only one left alive. Here's the Cataclysm. We didn't even use it. Additional flex. Here, just domination from the Broad team, marching down mid lane, and will be closing out the game.
They recognize how they have to play. They have to play around the top lane right here, and they do it here. A brilliant matchup from all of Broad. A deathless game out of Akranos, and Broad gonna put themselves up into the 1-on-1 category of games. They keep themselves alive for at least another week.
Just, at least compared to game one that we are aware of, seemed pretty clean for Broad.
Yeah. It was back and forth, right? In that first game, we heard that they had a pretty big lead, threw away a little bit, but were still able to pick up that win. I'm never expecting Broad to just win clean games. They don't do that. That's not what Broad do. Broad are an entertainment organization first and foremost, and boy howdy is it fun to watch them play. Massive congratulations to them. On the other side of things, that was just miserable to watch for Sorby. This is a team that I think has some really fun pieces, but they just never got anything going specifically in this game, and I am sad that we didn't get to see Madzef and Fred Spaghetti actually play their game, because those two were doing pretty well. It was the rest of the map that was just falling to pieces.
Well, you say Broad is an entertainment, or we will get some more entertainment provided us to by Tweak, who is coming to an interview. Welcome, Tweak.
Hello, hello.
And yeah, I'm not sure if you're aware of the broadcast situation. We missed almost the entirety of game one. We came into it at 30 minutes because our initial set was so long. What happened? The map was full of chaos when we showed up.
Yeah, no, trust me. Game one was also pure chaos. So yeah, those were some interesting games, but we got the job done in the end. At least, but yeah, it was like we were winning early game, but then mid fight, like mid game, it went a bit rough. But yeah, forward and backwards.
Game two was way cleaner, at least from what we saw, and it felt like you guys came in with this interesting game plan built around the Pantheon support. Is this
Mhm.
something that Akers cooked up himself when he saw that, okay, Camille can be level 4 and just go top lane, go mid lane. Pantheon has a point-and-click stun. This champion can do it as well.
There's definitely a lot of champions that like fit that style that Camille kind of brought to the meta, which is nice because then it's not only Camille. But yeah, it's just a certain style and you can do it on a few different champs. So
I mean, congratulations on this win, obviously, and a big set of games for you. How are you feeling at the moment about the current meta in the jungle? Because it feels like you guys, more than anyone else, have got the kind of standard of what's going on. Bot lane's exploded, ADCs are whining constantly about having to learn a new role, top lane's crazy back and forth, mid's also insane because bot lane's insane, but the jungle's kind of moving on as it has been recently. Is it just more of the same?
yeah, I would say hearing my ADC Sin crying about the meta 24/7, like, yeah. But no,
Yeah.
jungle is so boring. Like, why? Where's my AP junglers? Where's my fucking Graves? Whatever. Like,
Yeah,
sorry,
yeah.
I don't know if I can swear, but
Not meant to,
Well,
but it's alright, it's
why not?
alright.
But yeah, I do feel if it can build Sundered Sky, it's probably meta right now in the jungle. So it's a bit boring, but
Yep.
that's
yep.
what it is. Can't do
I
much
was
about it.
complaining about this item the other day. Why is it still so strong? It's been strong for a year and a half at this point. So with that victory that you guys were able to pick up, you're now in the 1-1 club. Obviously, we've been talking a lot today about how being 0-2 puts teams under a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
You've now got a ton of other really interesting teams in the 1-1 squads. Arctic Pandas, Epic Avalanche, you've got Lightside, you've got Volder, and then you've also got B2U that we saw win earlier today.
With
How are you
Shaco.
feeling? Yeah,
Shaco
with Shaco
jungle.
as well.
Okay, maybe
Yeah.
I'm just boring.
Yeah.
Like, if,
Yeah, apparently so. Apparently so.
maybe I need
Of
to
those
whip out.
teams, whatever you want. Hey, okay, you could answer that first. What would you whip out if you could pick anything right now to just pull it out?
Anything right now?
Yeah.
It's probably gonna be Graves, right? Like I'm
Yeah?
kind of a Graves merchant. I love that champ.
Okay.
Okay. So
Okay.
yeah, maybe
It's good in the
Sundered Sky
meta.
Graves. I'll be rocking up to next official with that. That's for sure.
Maybe try that one in the UKL. Maybe that's a UKL special. Maybe that's not NLC. But no, of the teams going 1-on-1, have you got anybody you'd like to face? Right, you wanna spread the good word of the Brodies around. Is there anyone you'd love to go up against?
I think any one of the Norwegian teams would be a bit funny. I'm a part Norwegian, so would be funny to play them. But also I think Arctic's Panda could be an interesting one. I wouldn't mind feeling out some better opposition. So yeah, either or, I'm looking forward to that.
So I'm gonna ask a follow up to that. You played against Bulldog in your first round, and you did take a game off of them, and they 2-0'd Arctic Pandas.
Yeah, true. And you know
So-
what? I'm not gonna say anything if you haven't watched that game, but like watch game 2 and then tell me it shouldn't have been a 2-0. Anyways, you could say Bulldog beat Arctics. We basically almost beat Bulldogs.
So, brother,
Brother.
friends, NLC champion.
Yeah, brother. Repping the
Thank you so
jersey
much.
as well. So
Well, thank you so much, Tweet. Congratulations on the win, and we hope to see you again.
yeah, pleasure. See
Thank
you.
you. Always a good time. Always a good time with the Brody boys. You can grab any of them, and they're a good laugh, and really feels good to be able to see that victory right here out of Broad. I'm sorry, Carvis. I know you haven't experienced watching any of the Finnish teams win, but it does feel nice from a UK side.
So one sad tear for my boys and like Arctic Pandas and Epic Avalanche. But hey, it was an absolute pleasure, Boxer. This was all the games that we have for today. Here's the standings. You can see Leo took the early win over Rich Gang. Meanwhile, on the off-stream, B2U beat Absolved 2-0 with apparently a Shaker Jungle. Need to go check that out eventually. We just saw Broad beat Sorby and DMG come out ahead on the side stream. You can see the schedule here. We will be continuing on the 3rd with some of the 2-0 bracket games.
And you see that, Carvis? You see that, Broad? epic avalanche on our screens right here.
Oh, it's the
It's
finish
on.
squad. Oh, no.
Oh, it's on. We've had a lovely friendship today, you know. But it's on next week. No
is.
love gonna be lost on that one.
Well, I'm most likely not going to be on that broadcast, so
Neither
hope
am I.
that
We
the-
can fight behind the scenes.
we can just fist fight while the guys are playing. That's an additional matchup. But
Perfect.
anyway, that was it for us. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for, well, letting me join on the caster desk this time around. Thank you to the production crew, and thank you to the viewers. It's been fun. Have a great night, and goodbye.